Okay, and I'm John Orcutt. I'm at Scripps and I'm current chair of the MSROC, although I will step down in May 17th, I believe was the time here, and my successor will take her position. And I basically here I listed pretty much the agenda for this meeting. We have a number of interesting things here. I think Donna Shillington is going to
Supposed to join us today.
join us.
You want me to tell you who's online right now?
Pardon?
You want me to tell you who's online right now?
Yeah.
Lee Ellis online, Robert Steinhaus, Pablo Canales, Jim Garrity, Tusho Khan, Frank Ratt, Goldberg, and Wilmot. Who's that? Dave Goldberg. Oh, yeah, sorry. Helen Januszewski, and then Pat Hart. They're all online too.
Good. A little less than a month ago, we had a very good council meeting in New Orleans, and a number of issues arose, including the transition from the Langseth, and we're going to hear about that more today. But altogether, the meeting was very good. I gave a report on MSROC and the activities that we had planned. Something broke apart, but I think probably the best thing to do, since we're getting a little bit behind here, I think we'll go ahead and start the meeting. Does anybody have any questions for me or Doug? I think we have the Wi-Fi, sounds like. Good. All right. So Doug, do you want to take over with the first speaker?
Well, the first speaker is you and your report. Else.
Yeah.
You're doing your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. So quickly, I was going to talk about membership changes. Go back in this presentation. I've got it. If you remember the committee met in October, I believe it was, had a virtual meeting to talk about changes. Okay. Okay. Thanks. All right. Let me do this real quickly. I need younger people who are a lot better at this than me. Okay, now we'll share again. Yeah. Okay. All right, how's that? All right, thanks. So the committee had a virtual meeting back in October talking about membership. One, we had a lot of people that had been on the committee for a long time. And you know, a lot of it was for the changeover from the Marcus Langseth's Science Oversight Committee to the Marine Seismic Research Operations Committee. And so a lot of people were continuing on from 2017. So it was time to kind of start breaking that up a little bit, so that you kind of get a steady flow of people in every year, like 2, 3, or 4 people coming in. So the committee reviewed, we put out a call for nominations. You may recall, we actually got some good interest in it from. So the committee talked about it during a meeting and accepted the nominations for the folks that applied. Are all highly qualified people, very welcome to the committee. So this is kind of the way it broke down for how to do the changes, which it takes place in the coming months, because if for some reason this committee all had dates ending in May. So this is what we anticipate coming in the coming year. With Nathan Bangs rotating off and Shusho Han joining us, and she is online today. John Hopper's rotating off, and Satish rotate off, so Jared Klusner come in and join as well from a USGS. Andrew Gaze is here, which is great, and he's going to be taking over, we think, for Emily Rowland. We tried to contact Emily, and I haven't heard from her at all, so I presume she's rotating off, but we'll track her down. She's kind of ignores us, anybody from University of Washington more now that she left, I think. Not really. And then Lindsay offered to stand up and become the new chair, which is very exciting as well. Woo! So we'll be transitioning to Lindsay taking over in a few months too. This is a matter of action, process. We'll put all these before the UNOLS council for them to approve, but that's really a pro forma thing, but that's just part of it. So they're aware of the changes that take place in the committee. And I think what this means is next year, there'll be another 3 or 4 people who will seek nominations for to come in. So we start getting every year, we get a fresh flow of new people into the committee. And it's a great chance to get more young and early and mid-career scientists involved with this too, to kind of really shape the future for this important part of science. So that was my quick update here per our plan. So next up, we're going to bring up Gail Christensen. I'll bring yours up, Gail. I'll navigate through all this. And we're excited Gail's here. Finally, I'll get to see her in person. Well, I do finally.
Recording in progress.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone. So this is a report from NSF. So for those of you who don't know me, just a brief bio. So my name's Gail Christensen. I received my bachelor's from Texas A&M and then my PhD from the joint program MIT Hui. I was a research scientist at University of Texas for about 28 years. So my research background, I study crustal structure using coincident seismic reflection and refraction data, and I integrate with drilling data when possible. If I could get rid of that. Oh. All right, and I joined NSF as a program director in December 2021. All right, so an update on NSF Ocean Sciences and the Marine Geology and Geophysics program. So we have a new division director, Jim McManus. He started in July. He replaces Terry Quinn, who rotated out. His research background is in marine chemistry and marine sediments. In the MGG program, we've had some personnel changes. Debbie Smith retired in May of 2022. She's off in Florida, but last I heard she was like on a cruise off Antarctica. So she's she's living the retired life. We have an active search for a program director with a focus on paleoclimate. The current program directors, I cover geophysics. Kevin Johnson does petrology and hydrothermal processes. And he's usually the person who takes the proposals that I have a conflict with. So anyone from UT. Dan McCorkle covers paleoclimate and paleooceanography. He'll be rotating off, and that's why we have the search. And then Joe Carlin joined us this summer, and his expertise is marine sediments and coastal. All right, so in FY22, and we've just started ended in marine geophysics. We did several. Doug, can you figure out how to get this so I can see my whole screen?
Sure, I do.
Oh, I think if you just click that. Right.
Right. I'm sorry.
No, right there.
Right
A
there.
little higher.
There.
Left. There. Is that? No.
I'm sorry. All right.
You have to make that eliminate all the.
Yes. We'll get somebody who knows. We'll get somebody who knows what they're doing. Oh, thank you. Well,
And these actually you might.
Oh, there we go.
there you
Now
go.
we got
Got it. All right. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right. Okay.
Smart.
All right. Okay. Here we go. All right. So so we funded some seismic active source program off Lake Plateau, and then North Carolina landslides. We have several broadband projects we funded. The Galapagos Triple Junction, Cocos Plate, and a recent one, the South Pacific Subduction Initiation. So this one was in FY20. Done quite a few seafloor geodesy projects. So there's a large community experiment off Cascadia and Alaska. And this is using a new pool of instruments, North Island of New Zealand and axial seamount. Let's see, magnetotelluric. There's a project to look at the Pacific Haxby lineations. For magnetics, a project to look at the Jurassic quiet zone. And then a few vent projects looking at hydrothermal vents off axial seamount and methane vents in the Puget Sound.
Where would that be, the Jurassic quiet zone?
Yeah, it's in the Pacific. Yeah, that's Tamanaga is the lead on that. Some example projects that aren't field projects that are relevant to this community. A VPVS model for young ocean crust from OBS data. So this is off Cascadia. Oceanic plateau formation from magnetic anomalies and machine learning. An integrated analysis of the Cascadia subduction zone from MCS data. And some of the trends that I'm seeing as someone new to NSF. Yeah, seafloor geodesy is a new trend. As I said, a community pool of 48 transponders came online in FY22. And also just a lot of multidisciplinary projects. And I guess I always thought of multidisciplinary as, you know, like seismic reflection and refraction, right? But what we're seeing now is a lot of projects are combining seismic with EM or dredging is another one. All right, so the regional framework plan. So MSROC, this group establishes a regional plan for operations in order to maximize the efficient use of marine seismic facilities. And this is from the terms of reference for the committee. It maps out areas of operation several years in advance based on community interest and input. So based on that framework plan, NSF is accepting and adjacent seas in the 2022 to 2024 timeframe. And then the final schedules are determined collaboratively between the PIs, the operators, UNOLs, environmental compliance authorities, and NSF. I just want to finish by saying it's really useful for you to get involved and stay informed. And how can you do this? You can subscribe to NSF email updates and division and office newsletters. So I subscribe to, you know, polar programs and EAR and OCE. So it's good to see what's going on. Of course, you can learn more from websites, nsf.gov, research.gov. At nsf.gov, you can search awards. So this is really useful if you have a project idea and are not sure where you should submit this. Like you could look up gas hydrates, and not only do you see all the awards, but you can see which part of NSF is funding them. So that's helpful. We actually use this a lot too when we get queries and we're like, that doesn't fit in our program, and then we can kind of give some guidance. And also talk to NSF program officers if you have questions about proposals, or if you are actually interested in being a reviewer or a panelist. It's good to get to know us so that we kind of have you on our radar when we have something appropriate. And I will end there. Thank you.
So you said that NSF is taking proposal for 2020. Also, what would be the deadline to submit the next proposal?
Yeah. So the question is about Langseth proposals. What is the deadline? So so that's really something we've been talking with. We talked with Sean a bit about, and with our colleagues in facilities. So the the defining step is the permitting. And so we think we can still accept them this spring. But if you're interested, yeah, get it in as soon as possible. Yeah, we're running right up to the wire. Yeah, Beatrice.
Do you consider proposals for lakes within the NGV?
So the question is about lakes. So we cover the Great Lakes, but only the Great Lakes. According to Congress, the Great Lakes are considered the same as the ocean. So OCE covers the Great Lakes. And then I was going to say, we also co-review proposals. So if there's something that's submitted to EAR that has a marine geophysics application, we often co-review, especially if it's something that's crossing the shoreline.
John Collins did an experiment in Yellowstone some years ago. Was that EAR that came to that?
That was continental dynamics, or the successor to continental dynamics.
Yeah. So for those online, we're pointing out that John Collins did a program in Yellowstone, but yeah, that was through EAR.
Freshwater is kind of an issue in releasing our OBS.
Yeah, another question.
So right now there are collaboration with for collaborative proposals between the US and Europe and Israel. But you were mentioning that there were potentially like more collaboration with European countries.
Yeah, so the question is about, so NSF does a co-review process with some international funding agencies. So right now, the UK is the big one that we do. Israel also. Yeah, so there are negotiations going on with some others, but there's nothing I can report because nothing else is established right now. But yeah, for the UK program, that is a joint proposal. So you first send a letter of inquiry, and then it gets seen by both program officers at NERC and at NSF, and then the funding agency that where the budget is higher, they're the ones that run the merit review process. Any other questions? No? All right.
Thanks. All right, next up, our agenda is, let me end this, take care of this. I'll give a quick update on UNOL's activities for you, just kind of keep. Yeah. Oh, shoot. All right. Back here. I hate when everybody can see my screen. Let's see here. All right, here we go. So while we've been apart for a few years and not meeting in person, it's still been keeping pretty busy. As you can expect, we've just started going back to in-person meetings, as John already touched on. We had an annual meeting, a council meeting, and a fleet improvement committee meeting in New Orleans. Starting the meeting, including they had an in-person OBSTIC operations subcommittee meeting also in Arizona, which is great. The annual meeting is very well attended, so we think it's a good turning back to business. We now have UNOL's chair, Debbie Bronk, was taken over, replacing Dennis Hansel, who completed his 2 years as the chair, and Bruce Applegate was elected as the new chair-elect for UNOL's, and he'll be a chair-elect for 2 years, and then he'll slide up and replace Debbie. Biggest issue we're dealing with late COVID, we've kind of gotten over the hump with 19. I mean, it's still out there. It still takes a lot of work by the ship operators. It takes a lot of work by the science parties. Great collaboration between everybody. We've gotten a lot of science done in the last year, especially thanks to all that hard work. but really crewing has now become the biggest problem. As you probably, if you read it all about the maritime industry, you find everybody's having this problem, finding good crew. People don't want to go to sea anymore. People are aging out and retiring. It's hard work to go to sea. Not everybody wants to do that. They like to be away from home. So it's already affected us, and we've had cruises canceled, we had cruises deferred, we've had cruises delayed leaving the dock while the marine superintendents and the directors of marine operations at the institutions are scrambling to fill billets, some slots sometimes for their licensed crew up to the last minute. I'll give you one example. University of Hawaii had hired a temporary, I think it was a first assistant engineer, come out to the ship, came out, did his 2 weeks of COVID, lockdown with the ship, and then walked off in the morning and went somewhere else where he got paid more money. And that left them really in a lurch, and now to go find somebody quickly who also could pass the COVID. NSF and ONR actually supported the effort along. Just on this issue. So that's a big issue for us, and it dominates a lot of the conversations talking to the marine superintendents, unfortunately. Ship scheduling, 2022 was a kind of like a banner year for days at sea. We actually exceeded pre-pandemic levels for days at sea on the ships, especially the globals. The Langseth had a big year. The ocean class, they've all been running hard, even though we're down a ship because the Oceanus was retired. We still exceeded the number of days in the fleet. And Endeavor has been extended for another year through 2023 while we're waiting for the RCRVs to continue their construction down there in the Gulf Coast, which we did go see and visit them during the annual meeting down in New Orleans. All right, so let's see here. That's it. Come on. No. Come on. Let's try this.
They're not seeing your share.
They're not. That's weird. I guess I'll unshare it again and I'll try it one more time. Show.
Well, you have people.
Well, they're chatting in, right? So that's good. All right, let's go like that to this. Try again. Share screen. I apologize. Okay. Are you seeing it? I hope. So marine facilities planning, you've heard about it. We've talked about it in our virtual meetings. It's in place now where you're pull out shipboard and marine equipment requests or SMEs when you want ship time on the ships. Those get reviewed by the scheduling folks. Especially once they're funded. The way that process works, NSF tells us when programs are funded, and we ask, hopefully the PIs will update that in the we're not looping that, but if we find out, we try to press to find out if they can get updated, say she'll fund it, and then we work on the scheduling process. We're constantly fixing bugs in it. It's getting better and better and better, but it's been really actually a pretty good process for scheduling. Now we're putting the cruise planning module in place. Some institutions are already using it, like the University of Washington, Woods Hole is going to it, Scripps is going to it. And that really integrates all your into one spot, takes your information spot, now brings in all the cruise planning pieces, all the specifics about your cruise, the details of your stations and details of the equipment and the details of your science party all go in there. So it's one spot. Everybody has access to it. Where it's appropriate and other information is protected, like the medical information, all that stuff. So people don't all have to see that. And then, and that allows us to really have a really comprehensive package for everybody to work and everybody to have access to easily. The ship operations folks, the science party, and the marine technicians can all see the information. It works. It's coming together nicely, and every institution wants it differently. So we've got a core system, but everybody wants it, personalized for a lot of different reasons. And so we're busy doing that. Alice Doyle from our office, she's the project manager, runs the details of this, but it's coming together well. We're working on the reporting module, trying to get it better and better and better, so that it helps the marine superintendents for their annual reports. Also, it helps the NSF program managers to see what they're paying for it, and O&R program managers. So it's been a longer development trail than we like, but what's new for software, and online applications, but it's coming along well. And we get very good support from our developer. We're happy with that. And then we hope to get to inventory management for science equipment. So then you have better insight to where equipment is, and also when it gets shipped and all that tracking information, and crew management, where it makes it easier for the marine superintendents to track all their licensing and the qualifications for their own crew. And then the crew can log into that to see what their schedules are more easily and things like that. So that's all coming down the road. Of interest to this community, especially Marsham and Oregon State, has been designated as a dredging center of excellence. We found, a few cruises in the last few years have been problems with dredging because it's an art. It's a space, it takes specialized skills to do that. We kind of go few and far between on big dredging cruises, and we've had not some great results at times, unfortunately. So Marciam's taking us on now to really help with the cruise planning process. As a matter of fact, we're going to have to do a short test cruise in Kielmwana here in early January, just to kind of work out all the details for dredging on there, so their crews will be successful when they leave shortly thereafter. So Maureen Walzak and her folks there at Oregon State are really helping allow that, and they are very involved in your cruise planning process if you're going to be doing a dredging cruise. So hopefully the quality, the science will get a lot, and the results will be a lot better now as a result of this initiative. And this is being funded by NSF. And of course, the office is working to help support and coordinate for supporting Lamont and Sean with the Langseth replacement, which Sean's going to talk a lot more about it. We're working with this committee for seismic requirements for the ship, and then also the Fleet Improvement Committee will help provide input on general oceanographic capabilities as well. Couple of other things just of interest to you, or maybe of interest to you. The Build America, Buy America Act, called BABA, that is crushing the Marine superintendents in the fleet right now, because NSF's got a very conservative approach with it. And we have to get waivers for all foreign components on the ship. It is not a trivial thing. And so NSF is funding a contractor to help the Marine superintendents go through this process. They have to go through an inventory of their ships. They have to prepare this information for a waiver request that has to get submitted to the agency. And then they determine whether things can be changed to American provided sources in the future or cannot. As you know, we have a lot of foreign equipment. Kongsberg's just one big example of important systems on these ships that are not US. And so we have to navigate through all this. The Navy ships don't have to go through this. The Navy is we're ignoring this requirement, but NSF is not doing that. So we have to navigate through that. Cyber infrastructure, cybersecurity, I didn't put much there, but there's a lot of work going on in that area, led by Scripps. And I think there's contractors supporting this to make sure we help the Marine superintendents navigate to how they can protect themselves, their ships basically, from any cyber attacks. And it's become a big deal at the Coast Guard. It's become a big deal with the American Bureau of Shipping, who classifies and inspects a lot of our ships. So it's an important piece. Satellite comms, which are run through Scripps as well. The Navy pumped in a bunch of money, so they got a huge increase in bandwidth this year, which really helped facilitate that sea operations. The Mariners Committee, or Maintaining an Environment of Respect aboard ships, is now a standing committee as elected, not in its past annual meeting, but the annual meeting prior to that. And so they've been busily working on developing a shipboard civility guide to facilitate review and discussion of those civility videos we provide for the ships. They're also working on standards for codes of conduct for our meetings as well. So that's what they're busy with it. And that's led, it's Emily, I'm trying to think of her last name, from Oregon State. She's leading the effort on this. She's doing a great job. And Mark Brzezinski was also co-chair of Maris, and he is standing down now. And so they're actually a pretty busy group right now. And then finally, the UNO's office, we are in a 5-year cooperative agreement with NSF, as well as with Office of Naval Research, USGS, NOAA, and BOEM. We have to undergo a 5-year review to see if we're not screwing up too badly, and they want to keep us going at the UW, at our office at UW, or they want to go find somebody else. So in the coming year, early in the year, the council will be we'll also go through the process of reviewing our performance to see if we want to go for another 5-year term per the charter for UNOLS. So we should be able to report on that next fall, how we're doing and whether we're doing our proposal for the next 5 years. I believe that's it. We're also finally, we're trying to be a lot more active on social media. We've hired 2 students, and it's a great thing about hiring students is they know about social media. The rest of us are old and aren't very good with it. And so we're trying to really increase our presence and really telling the story about all of the good work that's going on in the fleet more proactively out there. So I just want to make you aware of that as well. Great. Any questions about UNOLS or where we're at, what's going on? Yes.
I'm curious about your reference to dredging. What's the purpose of dredging in this context?
The question is about dredging and what it refers to. So some of our cruises, scientists want to go out and they want to use like small trawls or chain trawls that actually pull up rocks in the ocean bottom, like up on slopes, you know. And I've been on a couple of cruises myself where we were pulling up pretty tight rocks and basalt rocks, you know, on the mid-ocean ridge. So we don't do that many cruises, unfortunately. It used to be more common, but the problem is there's a lot of different ways of doing dredging, how you drive the ship basically to best support it, and what, you know, whether it's you're weighing the factors of what loads you expect, you know, shock loads if the ship gets hung up, and then how do you do it to make sure you do the best job of collecting the rocks without breaking them up, you know, not damaging them, things like that. So it's just a lot of skills, and it's, like I said earlier, it's really an art that's been lost. So we're trying to re-educate now. When we have a new captain, for example, going on a ship, not to be afraid to go do this. But this is the techniques you need to do, how you need to line the ship up for it, what's this dredge like, what kind of tensions you expect, what are your safety precautions to make sure you do it right, but also enable the science and not be overly cautious so that you don't get any good results.
So it's about collecting stuff from the ocean bottom.
Yes, yeah, sure is. It's like this big chain trawl. Usually there's round ones and there's rectangular ones of maybe about 4 feet across, 6 feet.
Good morning, Doug. Rob Spark with a comment.
Years ago, the Navy used to own a lot of UNOLS vessels, and then they were operated by
ships are Navy owned. The 3 Agor 23 class ships, the Thompson, Revell, and the Atlantis, the 2 Ocean class ships, the Neil Armstrong and the Sally Ride, and then the Kilim-1 out of Hawaii. The 6 operated. So O&R is a big partner with us. They actually own those ships, and they're already starting, to be honest with you, Rob Spark, who is our rep with O&R, he's already thinking about the next year process. And they did those 3 ships, the Agor 23s just went through midlife overhauls, about $50 million a ship. So they've been extended for about another 15 to 20 years of life. They're great ships, and they really support the community well, but and we need to figure out the replacements. And the Kilim-1 is starting to get long in the tooth too, and been a lot of challenging technically. So O&R is already thinking about that. John.
One of the other thing that we need to think about in the future too is communications. You mentioned that, but I see you that and so on. But Starlink is making a big change down the way, and the substantial increase in cost at very high bandwidth. Having a contract sort of stands in the way of transition, but I think having transition to technology a good idea with regard to.
There is just for those who are online, John Orca has asked about satellite communications and Starlink, where are we going in the future? Basically, is the discussion point. And there is another subcommittee called the SatNag, the Satellite Navigation Something Committee. And they are already looking at those kinds of things, talking about Starlink and as well as where we are with with our high seas net, what we do now. So you're right, it's going to evolve. And it continues to evolve. And NSF especially, but OR as well, have been very, Jim Hollick and NSF, extremely supportive and constantly updating the antennas. They've gone in the last couple of years, really more to a direct commercial contract through Scripps. So then the nice thing about that is we got a good refresh of the antennas throughout the fleet, which is really an important piece of it. So the communications has really improved in the last 2 years, thanks to all the work at Scripps, and Lee Elliot's a big part of that. But Starlink will certainly may be a game changer down in the future. They're trying it also in the Healy, which has been doing high polar science as well. And I haven't heard. We'll hear next month the results of their last trip and how Starlink helped them as well. Other questions? All right. Next up is Jim Garrity,
Doug,
OBSIC
I had a question.
Operations Subcommittee. So I think I'm going to put him on a speaker or something. I'll figure.
Hey Doug,
Yeah.
can you guys hear me?
Let's see here. Let me do this. Oop. Try it this way. Jimmy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Do you want to show yours? Or you want me to put up your slides for you?
I can share my screen if that works for you. You did have somebody trying to ask a question real quick, I think at the end of your thing too, from online. So I don't know if that person wanted
I'm sorry. Sure. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hey, Doug, can you hear me? Rob Spark.
Yeah, Rob, how are you doing?
Great. I just wanted to give a 2-minute agency report that the U.S. Navy continues to have interest in seabed warfare. Some of it's probably not appropriate to talk here, but things to consider. The French put out a recent seabed strategy that is worth looking at for those who are in the community. Our other peer competitors continue to have interest in seabed warfare. For example, in 2019, the Russians lost 14 sailors on the Shark, which was a deep submergence submarine. Just wanted to say that we do have interest in seabed warfare and basic technology, and we're, although we don't necessarily fund seismic research directly, we continue to have interest in the seabed. And happy to take any questions or concerns offline. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. Any questions for Rob Spirik, Office of Naval Research? Could you hear that? No? Yes? No? Sort of? Okay. All right. I'll do a better job with Jim when Jim gives his talk.
Yeah,
Jim, you're going to share the screen?
we did hear that fine online. So can you guys hear me okay? You need to enable screen sharing, Doug, and then I can share my screen.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought I didn't earlier. Go ahead.
All right, very good. Can you guys see that? You see, let me get my PowerPoint in display.
Yes,
and that's display mode now for you guys?
yes.
Okay, and you can hear me okay?
Yes.
And I will say thank you for repeating questions because we can't hear the questions from the audience very clearly. So it is really helpful for you guys to do that. All right, so sorry that I can't be joining you guys there today. I will see hopefully many of you in Chicago later this week, but not quite there yet. I wanted to give a pretty quick introduction to the OBSIC program for those who maybe are new to the room and sort of just kind of curious how we're structured here. I'm going to focus primarily on sort of the community governance and community input side of it. I think following me, John Collins is going to give a more detailed report from sort of the facility and kind of what they really do there and the activities that they have ongoing. So OBSIC was OBSIC is the sort of the replacement for a longstanding, now over 20-year program within NSF to provide ocean bottom seismic instrumentation to the community. It was originally had the moniker OBSIP and was funded directly by NSF. And then they brought IRIS in to help manage the program in 2011. And then in, I think, with a start date of 2018, NSF switched it over to a single provider, which did a competition, and Hui was awarded the facility award for that. And it basically provides OBS support for NSF sponsored investigators and occasionally outside investigators if funding is provided and the NSF needs for the instrumentation happens to not be there in a particular time window. So there are different opportunities for different organizations to get involved in using OBS instrumentation. NSF provides, in this case, the facility Woods Hole with a base budget to primarily do the maintenance, the initial mobilization and demobilization processes associated with experiments. Data archiving, everything goes into the IRIS DMC, and that is handled through the facility directly, and a little bit of regular initial at-sea support, and it's flat funded at this rate of about $1.8 million a year. For individual experiments, then there's a separate experimental budget that's associated with each funded experiment that includes some of these items, sort of experiment-specific items that are listed here. And in addition to sort of the primary NSF funding that supports the facility, there is sort of a cooperative agreement between Woods Hole and the USGS Coastal and Marine Science Center, which is also located in Woods Hole, Massachusetts. And that's at a nominal level for sort of facility support. And that's in part to support instruments that were acquired by the USGS, but are basically managed and operated as part of the OBSIC facility. And for all kinds of information about OBSIC and how to do proposals and what kinds of experiments they work on, I encourage you to check out the website, which is listed here. Oops. So on the governance side, then we have a what we call an operations subcommittee that sits within MSROC. It provides basically the community governance for the OBSIC program. The current membership is listed here. And I do note that there's a couple of longstanding members, Casey Adderhold at IRIS and Lindsay Worthington at UNM, who are going to be rotating off. And so we're going to be going through probably a self-nomination process is what I would propose. We are proposing that we would do to look for a couple of new members. We tend to look where our expertise spans broadband ocean bottom seismic instrumentation, sort of traditional active source short period instrumentation. And then there's an increasing interest with sort of a kind of capabilities in between those two, maybe not fully broadband capable, used more for things like seismicity, long-term capable though. And so we try to bring in members of the community that span that range of expertise. So it's a little bit of a process where we try to match up people rotating off with some people coming in that would have similar expertise. They're nominally 3-year terms. We were stood up as a new committee when the program started in 2018. And so we've sort of been going through the rotating out of the initial membership. And prior to COVID, the plan had been to meet twice a year, once virtually, once in person. We just got back to we had one in-person meeting prior to COVID, and we just this past fall had our second one. And so we're kind of hoping to get back onto that schedule now. We do have what we call a terms of reference that I'll kind of overview for you real quickly in the next slide that kind of lays out the goals and issues that we like to think we can sort of provide guidance and support to the OBSIC program on. And as I mentioned, we are a subcommittee of this committee that's meeting here today. So real quickly, just kind of some of the primary areas of focus. We don't really need to read through all of these, but we try to, as I mentioned, provide guidance to the program and support them in their being able to successfully serve our community. And so that in some ways means we represent sort of a community liaison between the needs of users and the facility itself. And so we try to kind of maintain guidelines for the use and equipment of the facility, sort of what the expectations are for PIs and what the expectations are for the facility support to PIs. Yeah, we try to provide support for experiment planning and operations, and that's including trying to get new people involved in the program. So we can, the people on this committee are good people for those of you to reach out to try to find out better how to do these kinds of operations. We are trying to improve our community outreach and engagement, I think, across both the marine and terrestrial seismic communities. Try to monitor the health of the facility and help them with efforts to try to procure improvements and upgrades. And that's something we're going to talk about very shortly here. One of the big issues, I think Doug just mentioned it, it's for the ships. It's also true for the kinds of instrumentation that are sailing out on ships, trying to help make sure that we have good technical capacity and the availability of future personnel to help support these facilities. Try to provide some coordination and cooperation with the larger non-OBS marine seismic community, in particular through this committee, but more broadly as well. And also something that's really important, I think a lot of us who came from the earthquake seismology side of the community have really tried to build upon and utilize facilities such as IRIS to help maintain really open distribution of data, improve access to data, and make sure that the data that we're collecting in these very expensive kinds of expeditions are actually then utilized over and over again for multiple uses beyond their original proposal purposes. Yeah, I think that covers kind of most of what we try to do. Recently, I just kind of wanted to update and highlight. We're able to have a full 1.5 day in-person meeting in Flagstaff, and the minutes of those, if they are not available yet on the UNOLS website, we have a subcommittee sort of little page underneath MSROC. And within that are documents that are associated with the committee, and that includes the past meeting minutes, and that includes things like the terms of reference that we just kind of summarized there. It also includes, as I'm going to mention, white papers to try to support kind of lay out community needs that then can be sort of targets for proposals for funding for improving the facility. And that's kind of something that I wanted to summarize real quickly in a second. Our meeting, we kind of covered a variety of topics. I think maybe one of the things perhaps John will summarize in his presentation a little bit, if he has time, is there's been a lot of work by the facility, Andrew Barclay in particular, to make advances on data products, some very basic products on data quality and basic enhancements to the data, such as orientations of the instrumentation on the seafloor, for example. That are being now done within the facility, something that's new to this to the OBSIC program and distinct from what OBSIP was able to do previously for the most part. And so those are something that I think as users, hopefully people take a look at and familiarize yourself a little bit. They're very open to feedback and looking to improve these products. So I encourage you to sort of to check that out. One of the issues that we did talk about, we sort of serve as I mentioned, this community, kind of providing some community input, and something that Gail actually brought forward to us is the increasing challenges that are associated with this period of rapid inflation. We've hit issues with, or NSF and the facility have hit issues with big differences between how projects were initially budgeted when they were proposed and approved for funding. And then there can be a time lag of a year or two before they actually sail. And so the costs have been really changing over that time frame, and that's really created some new challenges. And so NSF and the facility have been looking for feedback a little bit from the community about how how to best deal with this in terms of interaction between PIs and the facility and NSF. And then the last thing is that we sort of spent some time on is continuing to enhance the promotion of these programs and letting the community know that we exist, letting the community know that there are opportunities for both doing new science as well as accessing data that might be able to address problems of interest in a wide range of topics. and maybe utilizing MSROC and UNOLS combined with perhaps outreach programs at Woods Hole, for example, to sort of try to get out there in the community a little more, kind of what work is being done and what the science is that's coming out of that work. And I think there's perhaps some new opportunities there that we can be thinking about. And so then the last thing we spent some time on, and the kind of the thing that I separated out as a separate bullet here, is we are working now on a white paper to support enhancements for the short period active source instrumentation. And, you know, kind of I could summarize that in some amount. I forget if I included a slide. Yeah. You know, really, we're trying to provide justification for investment in a new active source fleet. So John, I think what John will show you is that within his WHOI supported pool, there are only on the order of a little bit less than 30 available, currently available short period instruments specifically designed for active source experiments. They're now over 20 years old and expensive to operate and very limited clearly in the scope of what you can do with that. Many people who are proposing these kinds of experiments currently will utilize more instruments than that, and WHOI has access to instruments from people like Scripps to try to support those in a subcontract role. But again, that's expensive and inefficient. And so there's, I think, a real science need. Obviously, the more instruments that we have available, then it really opens up a whole new range of different kinds of science topics that people can try to address. And so those kind of the existing science plans within EAR and OCE, things like the Sea Change report, clearly lay out some motivation for doing improved seismic imaging. And I don't think this group needs me to go through those in too much detail. I think this is you know, I'm preaching to the choir here, but writing those things down, putting them into basically a target white paper that then this facility or other facilities, if they want to try to compete for this kind of activity, could use to try to get funding from programs like MSRI to support this community need. And so we have shared with this committee a draft white paper. It is still a work in progress. We are open to input from any member of the community, in particular the active source community, who would be interested in taking a look at that white paper and providing some feedback on it, helping us improve it. Would like to get it posted and up onto the UNOLS website by early January. That's sort of a time frame that allows for it to be pointed to by any proposals that might want to be trying to compete, in particular for this MSRI competition, which has pre-proposals due in January. Full proposals, if they're invited, would be due in May. So those are the kinds of activities. I think that's probably my last slide. Yep. Those are the kinds of activities I think overall that our committee is thinking about and working on. We are, like I said, open for input. We're going to have a couple of slots open as well. So we're going to put out a call for self-nominations. So I encourage anybody in the community that has questions to reach out to me or any of the people's names. I'll go back to the committee, the current committee list. I should have mentioned that actually we do try to keep a member who does have it provides some overlap with MSROC. And so Helen Januszewski and Lindsay Worthington currently are also members of MSROC. Helen will continue on as sort of the liaison between MSROC and our committee. Lindsay obviously will still be engaged with MSROC, but she's going to officially rotate off our committee since she's going to have some additional work to do on her own. So I think that was all I had. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Jim. Questions for Jim? It's a great report. And by the way, the minutes for all your meetings are now posted on the website.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Doug.
I mean, you mentioned a white paper for short period instruments. I mean, you coordinating that, I guess, through John, or just in general from the community side to make the case for it so that John can use that as part of his OPSEC, I guess, support, or how's that coordinated?
So, I mean, it is being written by the committee, and I think it's important. John is the one who will be writing a proposal, presumably, to try to obtain funds. And so I think he has seen it. I think he has, the feedback I got from him was, yes, this would be useful to us. And so I think that that's important for us to hear. I think it's also important that in some ways that it not be seen as self-serving and coming from Hui in particular. And that it
So
it represents a community independent of Hui. So.
yeah, so does MSROC here, I guess, have a role in help supporting this as well, I guess, or should it come through MSROC, you know, from your subcommittee through MSROC, you know, to NSF? I'm not, maybe Gail can say, but I guess what would be the routing of that, I guess? Report.
I mean, I guess, yeah, I would be interested to hear Gail's perspective. I think from my understanding and my thoughts on it would be, we are a voice for the community and we want to put something out there that can sit in a location that, you know, in our role as we sign it, everybody knows who we are. And we basically can say, for better or for worse, we are trying to represent our community. And it can sit in a location where it is accessible and people can comment on it, people can weigh it, can respond to it as they might want to. In the context of a specific proposal, I think in the past, and this is where I think maybe Gail's perspective would be useful, my understanding of this is that when at the higher levels of NSF for things like for MSRI, certainly I've seen it personally on reviews of proposals that we wrote under the MRI program, that there needs to be some level of community interest to get funded for these kinds of activities. And so we're just trying to provide some documentation for community interest. The best place for that to actually sit, I don't really know. I mean, I feel like the UNOL's website and our committee website provides a useful independent point for that to sit at, that anybody in the community, if us at NAU decided we wanted to spin up a marine geophysics program that had instrumentation and we wanted to try to compete for something like this, that we could point to it too. And so I think that it's important to have it sit in that sort of framework. But beyond that, I don't know if Gail wants to weigh in on the effectiveness of whether this kind of thing really is effective for helping get these types of things reviewed and supported at a higher level.
Thanks, Jim. John has a question, then we'll get Gail.
Yeah, I think there are two kinds of short period instruments. Probably one of them would be what would be on the active source ship, which would be small and probably rechargeable battery systems, but there are still experiments to be done with short period instruments that are out in the seaboard for a year or more. And that's a different sort of a short period instrument. We're not talking about the same thing, I don't think, in terms of design.
That's correct. And I think that sort of in our discussions within our committee, there has been the acknowledgement, I think there, even before our committee, there's always been the acknowledgement that there is an interest in maybe trying to do the kinds of experiments you describe that don't require the full expense, in particular of a broadband instrument, and yet have a duration that's longer than the capabilities of the traditional short period instruments, which usually are on the order of a couple of months. And so we as a community have sort of basically had to choose to prioritize maybe kind of what types of things to focus on first. And I think originally, I think there was an MSROC call a couple of years ago, and we wrote a white paper to support both the failures in the broadband instruments were becoming somewhat, I will say catastrophic. So the failures in the broadband instruments have become been coming at a rate that we really needed to refurbish those. But at the same time, it's been clear for a long time that the short period instrumentations are well past their typical lifespan and too small in numbers to really support the innovative new science that people were trying to do, and very cumbersome and difficult to do those. You want to do 100 deployment, 100 instrument deployment or 150 instrument deployment, that means multiple deployments, a lot of time at sea. It's very, very expensive. So, we've recognized those two needs as really being dominant. And we wrote a white paper supporting both of those. And I think John wrote a proposal to try to get funding to support both of those activities. He got partial funding. He dedicated that funding to help alleviate some of those broadband failures. And so we have kind of stepped in and said, okay, we really have this very acute need for active source instruments. As you say, the technology is there now to utilize rechargeable, to hopefully keep these as a facility on the marine seismic ship and available for use pretty much at any time. Those types of instruments are becoming increasingly available and are kind of ready for our proposal, I think is sort of what our discussions have been. And so we are focused on that. I think if we can get this done, then there will very much be a focus on trying to utilize, say, some newer nodal type technology as the battery capabilities of those types of instruments increase to be able to be used in these longer term passive deployments, to try to allow for the scientific advances in those areas as well. And it's sort of just been a prioritization process that we've had to go through. And we've chosen to go through, and we're happy to hear feedback on that from people who are not happy about it.
Gail, do you have thoughts? I don't know how you would do it.
Yeah, so this is Gail. Yeah, so I haven't been at NSF through an EMIC competition yet. But I do manage 2 awards that I inherited. So neither of them were fully successful. So if something comes in, so I think a white paper or some message from the community is really important, because we help manage the initial review process, but then it goes into a competition at NSF, agency wide. So it's really important to argue the benefit and make it clear, not just for our community. So these kind of community support documents are really important. And for us, I don't think it matters whether it's at the subcommittee page or the MSROC page. But if MSROC supported it, I guess maybe it's a little higher level than just the subcommittee.
Yeah, I would think that you would want to have the MSROC endorse it, if nothing else. Say we support this or add any other comments. It gives it more gravity, I guess. So John, I presume that it should get forwarded out to the committee, and then if there are any comments incorporated in some sort of endorsement to go on top of their white papers, what I would suggest.
Yeah. And I would, I would just comment that, my hope in having MSROC look at this is not just a committee endorsement. I mean, we have 2 currently. So Lynn's, I think not to short anybody who occasionally dabbles in active source stuff, but our committee currently really only has 2 people, Lindsay and Emily Hooft, who sort of have regularly done this kind of work. And MSROC has many more of you guys. And so any of you who want to actually take a read and do some editing and weigh in and strengthen our arguments, I would love to get that kind of feedback as well. So it's more than just sort of the approval level. I think there's an opportunity for input here too before we finalize this thing. So we'd appreciate any input we could get.
Thanks, Jim. We'll put it on the action items for the committee to deal with. So we'll get you some input and hopefully endorsement on it. I would expect no problems with that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jim?
I have a question. Is there any use in actually reaching out to the wider community for feedback? In this came out, I don't know, can you hear me too?
Hi, Bix. I can tell it's you, but I think maybe you asked if there's use for wider input.
I'm wondering if there is any way or use of strengthening the document by reaching out to the wider community of the short period OBSs to strengthen the document. I mean, this was the product of the subcommittee. And so maybe there is a way of reaching out to the wider community so that you can get feedback and input from them, not just from the MSROC.
Absolutely. I would love that. I guess is there a straightforward mechanism you would suggest? It feels like the IRIS mailing list is probably too big. Is there a kind of a mailing list we could utilize that would reach, we could share this with and reach kind of the community that you're thinking about?
The other thing to think about it is do we have enough time to do this?
So that's an interesting question. And I don't know, I guess this is until John will talk in a second, and I don't know if he'll mention anything about any future proposals he might be thinking about, but what is needed for a pre-proposal versus what is needed for a full proposal. I feel like this is going to be likely most useful at the level of the higher level reviews, as Gail mentioned, where it's sort of the demonstration of broad community support, I think is very important to make these things successful at the highest levels. And so I think that won't be happening until sometime, this summer. And so in that sense, I feel like there is a little bit of time. At the same time, John might say he's hoping to actually be able to point to, it's always a little bit dicey to how you actually do these things anyways, because you can't put a reference to a specific URL in an NSF proposal, I don't think. So, you sort of have to point to the existence of it without necessarily linking to it directly, I think. So, yeah, I'm rambling a little bit. I'm sorry. I think that there is an opportunity to do something to improve this and still have it really be useful when the main review is happening. Whether it's useful in January, that might be a little bit of a rush.
Perhaps more than one white paper could be produced.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be a great thing if there's like something that's independent of us that sort of utilized this white paper as a spin-off and just kind of wrote a supporting document, and there was another sort of environment within which to place that and have that accessible. Then I feels like that would be even better than just more people signing on to our white paper. Donna has just pointed out in the chat that she's accurate. I guess we could get a DOI associated with this white paper, and then it would be a citable, something citable. So, and that's something we should definitely do.
Okay. Anything else for Jim? Good discussion. John, you ready?
Close captioning. Okay. Okay, so I'm John Collins, right? I run the OPSIC facility at HUI. OPSIC is Ocean Bottom Seismometer Instrument Center. So I'm going to give you an update on what we've been doing over the last 12 to 13 months. Okay. Okay. So there's my outline. I'm going to tell you about the experiments we've supported, what we have coming up next year, some comments on COVID, new instrument testing, etc. You see all these topics right there.
Sorry. Why is some craps on here?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can I, for a second.
Go for
Sorry
it.
about that. I apologize.
It's okay.
All right. Don't want to do that. Hide video panel, is that right? No,
You just try clicking on
Yeah.
it and close this thing.
I get that thing, right? Yeah, okay,
There
there
we
you go.
go.
All right.
This is good.
All right, how's this? Is it good? Right?
Yeah, we're good. Okay. Okay, so how do I go forward? Is it-
All right. There we go. Just click it in the middle.
Click what the,
This is the mouse pad.
okay, all right. Okay, so what have we been doing for the last 12 months, OBS wise, right? In November of last year, we deployed 25 OBSs for Gabby, Alaska, halfway between Hawaii and California. These are scheduled to get picked up in January. Then we did, I'm trying to remember, oh yeah, we did our third cruise at the Gopher Transform Fault, and that was a final recovery cruise. There were 2 back-to-back OBS deployments there for Margaret Fletcher, 51 OBSs, a mix of strong motion, broadband, and short periods in a passive mode, like the way John was describing. And for Basel, we did an experiment of Mexico. That was 33 short bands.
Oh, John, you should bring the microphone with you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, people can see it anyway, right? That was a purely active source experiment. And we followed that by doing a small OBS deployment on axial CMON for Will Wilcock, 5 broadbands, 10 short periods in a 1-year recording mode. And finally, we finished up with recovering the Queen Charlotte Fault passive broadband experiments for Lindsay. And so we're also charged with data submissions, right? Submitting the data to the DMC. And this is what we've been doing for the last year. We submitted the Cascadia active source experiment that was subject to Navy redaction. So actually that data came back as it exceeded sort of the 3-month standard window for the Navy, but that data is now at the DMC in mini-seed format and in SEG-Y. Similarly, for the Queen Charlotte Fault active source experiment, the Navy said they would review that data, and they ultimately decided they were not going to redact any data. And they eventually got it back to us, and that data is now at the DMC in seed and SEG-Y. Go for a transform fault, that all that data is at the DMC, as is Basel's Guerrero Gap data. The Queen Charlotte Fault passive experiment, the Navy reviewed that data and decided they were not going to redact anything. So that data is not yet at the DMC. We're still trying to work out timing problems related to the absolute pressure gauge data collected on the Lamont OBSs. So the instrumentation for the Queen Charlotte Fault experiment was a mix of Hui broadbands and 8 Lamont OBSs. So that APG data is being worked on as we speak. So Cascadia data is open. The Queen Charlotte Fault data is subject to the standard 2-year data embargo, as is GOFAR and Guerrero Gap. So what do we have coming up? Actually, the Parnell Turner cruise is just about to come into port, right? That was deploying 40 short periods for 6 months. In January, we pick up the Lasky OBSs. That's on the Sally Ride San Diego to San Diego. And then in March, we've got a big experiment for Emily Huft, 53 broadbands, so it'll stay on the seafloor for 15 months. And then we're going to do a 3-instrument deployment for Megan Ballard at UT, and that's an ONR-funded project. That's part of Task Force Ocean. It's a big experiment that's, I think it's Scripps, URI, Hui, right, and UT. Then we recover the Parnell Turner OBSs. It's currently scheduled for August. Then we're going to do a 2-instrument OBS deployment for USGS in a Skillack Lake, which is southwest of Anchorage. USGS are very interested in trying to calibrate the magnitude of ground shaking with their turbidite records that they have going back some number of multiple years. So that's what so those OBSs will remain on the bottom for 6 to 9 months as that lake ices over. Then we'll go recover them. And then we have an active source experiment for Harm Van Avondonk, which is in October, November. And then we have a 30 broadband OBS deployment for 18 months in the Western Pacific for Sean Way. So it's going to be a busy year.
There's two modifications to that. The Parnell Turner, we have scheduled for June,
Okay,
and then, Van Avondale is July. August.
yeah, okay. It's hard to figure out, exactly what those cruise dates are for the Lancet, right, as you know, right?
Just to update. on
Yeah, yeah. I don't need to show this. Okay, so newly funded experiments, right? Zach Island at UC Santa Barbara has a massive experiment at the Galapagos Triple Junction. It's going to be 2 one-year deployments separated by a year, right? The first one is going to be 44 OBSs deployed for 15 months, then a 1-year break, and then 38 OBSs deployed for a similar amount of time. Samar Naif and Garrity have a 7 broadband experiment. They're looking for a minimum of 1 year, right? That's going to be on the Cocos Plate. And finally, Doug Weens and Fernando Martinez at Doug at WashU, Fernando at University of Hawaii. They have a 20 broadband OBS deployment for the Western Pacific. And these will not happen in 2023. So it's more likely, let me just back up. I think the Ilon and Weens experiments will go in 2025, right? While we recover after we recover the OBSs for Emily Hooft and Sean Way, I think there's a very good chance we can get the Naif Garrity experiment in the water in early 2024. But to do that, we actually have to buy some more sensors, which OPSIC will do using our drop fee account. Okay, so every NSF proposal that intends to use OBSs, they have to get an informational budget from OPSIC. So this is one way that we can track interest in the community. So these are the requests we have had since June of 2021, and I break them down by short period OBSs to support active source experiment, and that's just one request we've had, right? And we've had a number of requests for broadband OBSs, traditionally a 1 year, 1.25 year deployment. We've had 1 request for strong motion OBSs, and we've had 2 requests for short periods in an earthquake monitoring mode. So that's the way it stands as of today. COVID issues. We avoided COVID until January of 2022, right? And we've been hit by COVID a couple of times since. So the GOFAR year 3, leg 3 experiment, actually one of the techs came down with COVID the day before he was due to fly out, right? So we had to ask one tech to support that cruise, and she did a fantastic job, but it was not easy for her. And we've had another tech come down with COVID who was supposed to go on Lindsay's cruise, the broadband OBS recovery experiment, and could not go. So we had to ask that same tech actually to do both back-to-back cruises. So we've had, just like everybody else, we've had to we've suffered from inflation. Shipping costs have gone up enormously. But in particular, a big driver for us is just the cost of lithium batteries, right? So we use 2 battery suppliers. One is Electrochem, one is the Tadaran. Doesn't really matter who they are. They've all passed on big price increases to us. And delivery times have stretched out enormously. So Electrochem, their delivery time has gone from 2 to 8 months, and it's still at 8 months. Right, so and Tadaran, which is an Israeli company, their lead times have also increased. And in fighting with Tadaran, this is what our Tadaran rep said to us in April. Lithium has gone from $92 a kilo to $483 a kilo, right? So that's a big issue. Okay, so I'm gonna All right, so I've got a couple of slides here on some new OBS testing. A couple of years ago, through a separate proposal, when Candace Major was the OBSIC NSF program manager, we got funded to build 16 new broadband OBSs that would use Nanometrics T240 seismometers that would come from the USRA pool, right? So we have basically finished that build. They use T240 seismometer. It's got we use a Quanterra Q8 data logger. It's smaller, lower power, blah blah. The clock board has a power cycle chip scale atomic clock to try and reduce the overall power level for the system, but also generate better timing for the data. And here's what you see here on the left-hand side is a picture of the slab in the OBS in my lab at Hui. And then we actually did a short test offshore Hui and deployed. This is a map of Hui right here. So we deploy the OBSs of these little miserable islands called the wee packets, and we used a pair of divers just to make sure that the seismometer would drop off the arm correctly, right? And see how the seismometer sat on the seafloor. And we, as a comparison, we used another seismometer, what we call our ARDA seismometer, which is a Trillium compact OBS seismometer, just to make sure that the new system was working okay. Some pictures from the divers right here. I was appalled by how just dirty the water was. They could barely find or see anything. And this was the comparisons that we used, and it did look fine. Everything looked good. So this is our current OBSIC OBS inventory, right? We have nominally 103 broadband OBSs, but there are 7 different variants on it, right? And 28 short period OBSs only. Now we can call upon Scripps, and Scripps has really been an integral part of OBSIC from the beginning in terms of supplying broadband OBSs and in particular active source OBSs. There's no way we could do the funded active source OBS experiments without Scripps. Again, okay, this is a lead into some of our new builds. We've had, Jim alluded to old instrumentation, and that's particularly true for us. We have 40 CMG 3T seismometers that are up to 18 years old. They've seen many deployments, and we never want to deploy them again. And we're not going to deploy them again, right? So in looking for replacement sensors, we've looked at 2 systems. One is the Trillium Compact, which Scripps, Hui, and Lamont have been using since the early days of the Cascadia initiative. And we've looked at a new nanometrics development, the T120. And both of these systems are remarkable sensors for the small amount of power that they actually draw. Right. So the way we're replacing the 3Ts right now is because OBSIC has assimilated a bunch of OBSs that were owned by NSF, and they've come from Scripps and from Lamont. 15 SIO abalones. One is lost, on GOFAR. There are now 12 of them. And we've also taken possession of 8 Lamont OBSs. 2 were lost on Queen Charlotte, right? And 19 of the Lamont trawl-resistant mounts. So what we've done is we've taken the seismometers, which are Trillium compact seismometers, from the Lamont deep OBSs and from the Lamont TRMs, and move those sensors over to our broadband systems. And that has enabled us to ditch the 3Ts. So this is just a quick look at the new Trillium T120. It's, I can maybe I'll speak loudly. It's, you compare it to the T240 in our leveling system. So this is a titanium pressure housing with its own leveling system, and this is the Trillium Compact as well. So it's a super small instrument that has a remarkable performance, which is what you see here in the in this yellow curve, for a remarkably small amount of power. So so we bought that system not using NSF funds, right? So but to try and get the Navy crews in the water, we will use some of our existing drop fee funds to buy somewhere between 5 and 6 of these new T120 seismometers, so that experiment has some very good long period instruments so that they can look at surface waves. Okay, so Jim alluded to this mid-scale research infrastructure proposal. So this is a proposal that was funded in 2021, right? We had proposed to build 50 wideband, that means Trillium Compact, 50 broadband, that means Trillium T120, and 100 active source node-like open. So that was funded at the $6.5 million level. And I think all of that money actually came from OCE, not from the MSRI program. So with those funds, we decided we were going to build just wideband, broadband, OBS only. And we're in the process of doing that build now. And these are the specs on the instrument we're actually building. It's going to be like 50-50 Trillium 120, and the system is going to have an Nanometrics Pegasus data logger, super small, super low power. It's going to be in titanium. It's going to have a better clock. It can stay on the bottom. The spec was 15+ months. I think we're going to get well over 2-year on bottom capability for these systems, right? 6,000 meter capable, etc. So this is kind of a quick look at some of the initial design. This work is being done with Martin Rappa at Scripps, as he's a key part of this as well. So it's going to be a rotomolded frame. The seismometer that you can see here at T120, it's going to be in a shielded compartment. It's got dual releases, DPG. This is the acquisition system, and 3 battery bottles to give us that extended time on bottom. So that is underway at the moment. But we also proposed 100 active source OBSs, and the plan was that these would actually live on the Lancet, and maybe every 5 years they would come back for the deep kind of refurbishment back to Hui. That was the plan. And this is from the 2021 proposal. So these systems have a rechargeable battery pack that actually is this red thing right here. That is a pressure tolerant battery pack that can be exposed to seawater. It doesn't have to sit within the pressure vessel. It's a company called SWE make that system. There are other people within Hui who use it. In fact, that company just came to Hui on Friday for the whole day of talks and discussions, so we could actually chat with them about the system. So this particular design has a 4.5 hertz geophone on a gimbaled leveling system. It again has a Nanometrics Pegasus data logger, and the goal was to have a centralized management system. So one tech on Lancet could actually program all of these systems and suck the data off in some sensible way. But we did not build this system because of because we went from that $20 million request to the $6.5 million award. Okay, so no need to dwell on this. Oh yeah, this is a 2-month on bottom capability out of those rechargeables. And I think that's a good number for an active source work. So you can imagine that you might deploy these systems once, twice, 3 times over the cruise. You would not have to recharge them between deployments. You would recharge them between experiments. And this had a fast ascent rate as well, 65 meters a minute.
What was the price tag of that portion of your proposal?
Small compared to the other part. Okay, so again, Jim talked about this collaboration we have with USGS Woods Hole, and they're very, very interested in developing a rapid response capability. So using USGS funds, they're not USGS instruments, they're WHOI instruments, right? We purchased 10 commercial 4-component systems from Sercel, 6,000 meter capable, rechargeable battery, etc. And we are in the process of really testing those systems right now. I've got to say, I think they've been disappointing. Myself, I think it's more like a beta instrument, right? And we've run into all sorts of issues. We have to contact Sercel. Oh yeah, we'll send you a software upgrade for that. So I certainly was hoping that these would be ready for rapid response work in January of 2023. That's not going to be the case, right? That's for sure. Okay, and yeah, we've deployed them on the seafloor, and we've puzzled over whether the hydrophone is working or not, which is lots of worries. Then I just want to finish with 2 slides, I think, which has been a major, major advancement for OPSIC, and that is this data metrics hub that Andrew Barkley has put together. Andrew came to WHOI and about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. Before that, he helped run the OBS group at Lamont, right? Then he took some time off, and he's put this data metrics hub together. I think it's a spectacular thing in terms of allowing people to very quickly identify on any OBS deployment which channels are working in a quantitative way, look at the spectra on an hour-by-hour basis, right? And quickly tunnel in to, okay, I might not want to look at this instrument, but I look at this set of instruments. And I think where it's particularly useful for is growing the field of users of OBS data, people who don't know much about it, but they can quickly kind of, as I said, focus on good data, etc. So I think so you can see the URL up there. I think Andrew would be thrilled to get some feedback on what he has up there. So he is measuring orientations. That's the very first thing he does, right? So again, that's done for everybody. And he is also in the process of providing corrections for compliance and for seismometer tilt, right? So I think it's a major, major plus. When OPSIC first started, even after WHOI got funded, I remember at the MSROC meeting in Washington, DC, so that was December 2018, I guess, there was a lot of pushback against OPSIC that we would not be able to assess the quality of our data and present those results to the community in an objective way. So I think Andrew certainly has met that with the data metrics hub. And this is something that Andrew provided to me just before I left, just some Google Analytics usage numbers for the site. And he's pointed out, so whenever there's an announcement on OPSIC Tech, we clearly get a whole lot more users logging onto the system. And on the right-hand side, you can see we've had users from where we've had users log into the site: China, Australia, Europe, Canada, etc. So that's my talk. Happy to take questions. Lindsay.
John, so, and just so everybody knows, there's a lot of stuff on the chat right now, so maybe we can do a summary about after lunch, but there's talk a little bit about, interfacing with other communities to put additional instrumentation on the, subsurface pathways, I guess. And I think you kind of, emphasized that a little bit at our in-person offsite meeting. So I don't know if you wanted to just kind of elaborate on some of those ideas.
Yeah, we're definitely interested in having, with this new system that we're building, we have the capability of adding a self-calibrating absolute pressure gauge on those systems. An A0A system, if you know what those what that means. Basically, self-calibrating ABG, and also hanging some oceanographic sensors on these new OBSs. Right. I think there's increased interest in seismoacoustics going forward. Right. And as it's not rocket science just to think about, we have these platforms that can stay on the seafloor for up to 2 years. We can really time these. The clocks are fantastic, given the power that they draw. So they're superb platforms to collect any kind of long-term time series. And we would like to exploit that capability and attract other users to our instruments. So.
The question of the chat.
Chat, what chat? Okay.
I think. There's a question meanwhile, Andrew's got a question, I believe.
With the proposed active source instruments have horizontal components.
Say again, sorry?
The proposed active source instruments have horizontal components.
Yes. It's a 3-component, 4.5 hertz geophone. And that is definitely a question I'm really interested in. Do we really need a 4.5 hertz geophone, or could we go higher? Right. And I think there's, one way to address that question is to look at the nodal experiment that Pablo Canales did in this summer. Right? And those phones were 17 hertz. Right.
John, I just put a question on the chat, and the question is, could you add an inclinometer to the design of the new short period instruments for accurate sensor orientation?
Yeah, yes, we could, right? Would we? I think these active source instruments have to be a little bit on the cheap side, so there has kind of a compromise to make a small instrument that's low power. Yeah, but I understand the need, Pablo, absolutely. So
Inexpensive, not cheap.
Inexpensive, not cheap. Yeah. Pablo, would you care to comment on the node data that you acquired this summer, and vis-a-vis the natural frequency of the geophone?
I'll be happy to show anything that you want that I have. Mm-hmm.
Should we do that?
Want me to do that now? Or
Up to you.
I'd like to see it now.
All right.
Okay,
Sure.
all right, how much time do I have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, all right.
Okay, I'll stop sharing. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Can I share my screen?
You should be able to now. Let me make sure. I'll just double check real quick. Hang on. Yeah, you should be able to share your screen.
Mhm.
Okay, there you go.
All right, well, thanks for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to everyone. So yes, so I have a few slides that I put together a few months ago about the experiment we did off Oregon in which of coordinated active source experiments that were carried out within the 2021 and this year. And what we did is, here you see a map. These are the KC21 MCS seismic reflection lines that were done with the Lancet. The map is not complete here, and a couple of awesome amount of nodes that we leased from US in Texas. And the deployment of these instruments were done with an ROV of Langseth, and the ROV was operations in April of this year. And this is just a close view up of where we put all our nodes. The spacing is 500 meters between the stations and extend along a line of about 52 kilometers from the upper slope of the Christianary Prison down to the abyssal plain, seaward from the deformation front in Cascade. So briefly, this is just to give you a sense of the operations. This is a list of the ROV dives that we did to do the deployments, a total of 13 dives to put 107 nodes on the seafloor. Each dive took between 7 and most of them 9 nodes on them. And depending on the depth that you're going to, our deepest instruments were 2,900 meters. So those dives can take 11 hours to deploy those 7 instruments. Or if you're in shallow water, a few hundred meters, then it takes about 5 hours to do the deployment. And similar numbers for recovery. When you are recovering 8 or 9 nodes at 3,000 meters depth, it will take between 10 and 12 hours dive. If you are in a few hundred meters of water depth, it takes just 3 to 4 hours to recover 9 instruments from the seafloor. This is just a view of the seismic reflection image time migrated, where with the node locations here in these blue triangles. And I'm not going to go over the geology. And then we go up the slope and all these bases on the Cascadian margin. So hopefully this data set will be used to provide very nice information about the properties of the sediments, accreted sediments and subducting plate here. So this is a view, this is the sensor that we use, it's an OVX-290 from Geospace. They were put on Langseth. This is the control van that houses all the instruments where they are charged and programmed. This is a view of the inside of the van. This is 100 instruments. I think it's was not fully equipped. We could have had, if the budget allowed, probably another 100. And this is the layout of the systems on the Langseth. We have the 2 vans from Pelagic Research Services, the workshop and the control van, the Odysseus ROV, and they brought their own LARS that the folks from Langseth did an excellent job integrating on the deck here. As I said, the ROV can only, so this is a small vehicle, it can only carry a few nodes. In this case, we built a basket to carry 6 nodes. And after testing different configurations, we managed to put 3 more on the side, on top, so each dive could carry up to 9 nodes at a time. I'm not going to show videos now of the deployments, but this is how the nodes look like on the seafloor. These right on the pelagic sediments. This is 3,000 meters depth, 2,300, and this is a shallow place. And the nodes are, as John mentioned, I think it's 14 hertz geophone, 3-component, also hydrophone, and as I asked John, also have an inclinometer for accurate orientation of the sensors. Now I'm going to skip over the videos. So data. This is just a 2-minute screenshot of the raw data. The 4 channels. I think horizontals 1, 2, and vertical 3, or I might be confusing here. Maybe vertical is 1 and 2 and horizontals, and the hydrophone. And these are just 3 air gun shots recorded on this data set. After the Navy redacted the data, we built SEWI files, and these are receiver gathers from a couple of instruments in shallow water on the left and in mid water on the right. And what you can see is seismic phases, seismic arrivals from the full set of air guns. The shooting interval here was 75 meters apart. And I think the data quality is quite exceptional. We see sedimentary and crustal arrivals at 20 to 30 kilometer offsets, reflections from the downgoing plate, and very nice PN arrivals from the mantle coming out at offsets of more than 60 kilometers. And the maximum offset of our line was about 110 kilometers. Again, this is another example of.
Did you see PN out to 110?
CPN 110.
Pablo, I think we have to move on.
Yeah. Again, this is another example of a very nice arrivals all the way to the largest offsets in this instrument, more than 80 kilometers. And horizontal components are also recording good quality converted CR waves. So I think overall, let me just stop sharing here. Overall, we're very satisfied with the quality for active source from these instruments. And as John mentioned, the key question to discuss will be if this type of sensors meets all the needs that the community have, or there are trade-offs that to be done when using this.
Thank you, Pablo.
Implementation.
Yeah, I think that's it's that leveling system on that size on the active source instrument, I think is the part that is most vulnerable for mechanically. If you could avoid it by going to a geophone with a higher natural frequency, such as 14, 15 hertz, and use a tilt sensor in there to measure the orientation of the 3 components, there's some robustness advantages to that from a purely instrumentation design.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Pablo.
Okay. Any more questions for John? Very good, thanks, John.
Can I ask you that question? I'm just curious if, you know, uptake in the environment initially. Yeah.
Is OPSIC involved in?
In any way.
We would like to be involved in SC4D going forward. That's for sure.
I have a question for Pablo.
Okay, Pablo, there's a question for you from Andrew Gaze.
Is there any concern about cycle skipping for full waveform inversions?
You should probably come ask that question because I'll screw it up. Make sure you can hear you, so thanks.
Hi, Pablo. Is there any concern of cycle skipping for full waveform inversion with using a 14 hertz versus a 4.5 hertz geophone?
Thanks, Andrew. Oh, I don't think there is. I think this is the type of instruments that the industry has been using, and the cycle is keeping part now with good velocity, starting velocity models is being accounted for.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pablo. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, 10-minute break. So we'll get restarted about 11:10 our time here. All right, see you in a few. Thanks. Hey, can we get started again? Ali, you online? You ready to go for your presentation?
Yes. Do you want me to try to share, or do you want to share it there?
Your choice, whatever you prefer.
Let me give it a quick try here.
Okay.
And then,
Okay, we can see that fine. All right, let me get everybody to sit down and get started again.
you still see it?
Yes, sir. Yep, we're good.
Excellent, excellent. Then I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. So next up
Good
is,
to
next up is Lee Ellett. He's gonna talk about the portable, give us an update on the portable, multi-channel seismic system. Go ahead, Lee.
Yes, thank you, everyone. So for those that don't know me, I'm Lee Ellett, a manager of shipboard technical support here at Scripps. We support the portable MCS system that's largely NSF funded through our Oceanographic Technical Services grant at SIO. And then historically, we have had on our support for some of the equipment components of the MCS system in the past. Today, we'll talk about a few of our activities here in 2022. So in July, August of this year, we supported operations on the Justo Sierra. There were two cruises for that. There was a UTIG 3D survey that was supported through UTIG funding and USIP funding for drilling activities. And then we had an NSF funded cruise for Chris Lowry. And that's what's pictured on the right. That's some planned lines from that activity. One of the big issues we had with these were the shipping in and out of Mexico. That was a big challenge, and rental compressors. That's a challenge we hope to improve in the future. I have more to report on that. And then currently we have the streamer is on Palmer, and they're getting ready to depart soon. So those are activities this year. I have two slides that I've talked about previously in regards to portable compressor acquisition, and these are still relevant. So we're looking at supporting 1 to 4 GI sources in a standard configurations, 10 to 12 second rep rates. So the compressor compressors, 2 of them that are currently being built will approximately, for GI guns, we have 4 sources at about in a 45-105 configuration, be capable of about 6 seconds, and 4 sources at a 105-105 configuration would be more like 14 seconds. So that's kind of the extremes of what we've seen with the portable system. We also went to the community users of what the programs that were being planned and historical usage. I'm not going to go through each of these other items, but there are items that we were looking at for how these would be supported on multiple vessels. So that was important. And this another table that we had of how would these be used on ships in the academic research fleet. You could have where for longer duration, we'd have you could be able to carry 2 of these compressors, hopefully, so you plan to have redundancy. So if one went down, you would have another one available for longer duration, more remote cruises. But on smaller vessels where you can only carry 1 compressor, those are usually shorter duration, so there'd be less risk. We have staged compressors in port where if the ship's not that far out, we come back in and get another should that be needed. So that's something that's been looked at, so we've been considered. And then the compressors themselves, they're LMF 11S, 385 CFM each, and about a 12-foot van is how they're containerized. We're working on the factory acceptance. It's going to be in February of 2023, where we're going to conduct testing and then training for personnel at their facility. And then in May of 2023 is when we would anticipate a delivery in San Diego. And I'm currently working with NSF how we could do field testing of these this summer and then before their first use. We anticipate the first use would be in early 2024 is what we know right now. So I'm happy to answer any questions on these. That's all I have for today.
Yep, this question, where,
Well, one quick question, Lee, this is Lord Wood. Is the idea that you have one compressor for PCI guns?
Yes, so one compressor, one of the 385 CFM compressors could support up to 4 GI guns, the 45105 configuration at probably about a 6-second rep rate. A lot of factors there, environmental factors. But we were targeting GI sources because that's what we've been historically using for the portable system, and what in the various configurations those sources can be put in.
thanks, Lee. Other questions for Lee? Lindsay,
So I might have been spaced out for a second, but did you say what your experiment plan support is in the future or in this next coming year? What projects you have?
Lee, the question is, what are your upcoming experiments in the coming year?
So in 2023, there are currently no funded operations until it's going to be early 2024. We're aware of a project for Masako Tamanaga. I don't know what ship it's going to be scheduled on yet, and don't know. That's the Jurassic Quiet Zone work. It's related to some of that work we've supported for in the past. So it's a Century and MCS operation, and that would be early 2024. So I imagine we'd be shipping in October, November, if that's going to be carried out in Guam, out of Guam in early 2024. That's what I anticipate, but that scheduling hasn't quite happened yet. So in 2023, we're going to focus on getting these compressors delivered and online and prepared for to support operations.
Great, thanks, Lee.
There's a topic I wrote Lee about before was that I think between NSF and previous discussion that on these portable and high-risk experiments, you really got to do something, I think, to make sure to take advantage of this equipment. I mean, they're great compressors, should, reduce a lot of issues, but I think just this whole topic of high-res gear and equipment that's available, stuff really needs, again, to be advertised.
Is something we should add to the MSROC webpage? Is there a source of information?
We do need to do it, and I think this committee needs to talk about how we promote.
Okay.
More experiments
How
like
does the
that.
PI access this equipment?
Lee, how does a PI access equipment? Is this basically through the MFP process, right?
MFP, yeah, we identify MTS cruises through MFP, and that's how we figure out what when projects get scheduled, and then we can start. I get a lot of contacts from users interested in proposing the use of this equipment and how to include that in their proposal. I think having something on MSROC and how to access it would be helpful. The idea is, so we have talked to USGS as well, supported some USGS work in the past. USGS had input on on these compressors and projects they might have, so that the costs can be shared by the projects in any given year to support these. So that's how we envision this working. But we get them on site first is our current goal.
I'll tell you what is needed. What is needed is a webpage that tells immediately every piece of equipment that is available, and explain very clearly how you access the equipment, because that will make it immediately obvious to any PI, even the one that doesn't belong to the traditional marine community that sits in this room and is associated with the people in this room, and knows that equipment is available. That equipment can be used just by a simple process. And then can tell other people and can collaborate. Doesn't need to collaborate with people already are. Otherwise, we are always going to be very constricted in the amount of people we can bring in.
Lee, do you have a web page that scripts that talks about this?
I don't have a detailed web page. That's something that we could certainly And so we have some generic information how to access our specialized services. There's questions to the MFP and the cruise plan and our cruise planning section. But we could, I think we certainly add to that. That's what I'm hearing here.
Yes.
And this has been a topic that's gone on through past workshops. Of other people that have pieces of high-res equipment. Yes. There's P-Cable that this is why you're trying to create an inventory of places around the country that have it, that are willing to share this stuff. And trying to create a center for some of this high-res stuff. And the idea is kind of been sitting static, but I mean, in order to really take advantage of these things, you need to renew that effort somehow, either through UNOS or through some mechanism. We were proposing to host it in some other way, but there's a lot of partial equipment in a lot of places. And it's really, I think to her point, it's restricting people because they don't know how, if they're interested, to pull together those diverse resources.
Well, I think from the UNOS perspective, we're glad to help with that. I actually didn't know it was an issue personally, but that's no excuse. So we're glad to like facilitate and find ways to get that information both on our own web pages. Make sure it's in the MFP process, which it is for the portable MCS. If you're going through and you want to schedule a cruise or request ship time, they'll ask you that question if you want a portable seismic system or not. So we do it that way, but we can also put the word out better through newsletters and things like that. Focus on it, highlight it sometime. We can do all those things. Well, we'll work with Lee to link it whatever his web page and strengthen his web page, but put it on the MSROC website. So that way people have better ways to get to the information more easily. That's a great suggestion and great question. Lindsay.
I'm wondering if do you have a mechanism to track proposals? Is there a lot of proposal pressure on the portable system?
We can go into MFP and look at, I can't tell you if there is, but I can go into MFP and see where has it been requested.
And then just a little bit of background. I mean, we started that inventory process back when Nathan was chair of the, I guess it was the MSROC or something. I remember a specific meeting, and I think people did work on that. I think Sean Bullock might have been.
Some of that, harder than you might think. I think people to talk and.
Good is better than perfect if you can get it done, right?
I'm sure I can find things buried in the John Albert's files, so I have access to those. So I'm glad to take that on as an action item to see how we can work to facilitate that. Thanks. Anything else for Lee? Or I think we roasted him good.
That was good.
Thanks, Lee. That was very helpful. So on the agenda, there's a quick line in there about. Actually, and it was suggested by Jeannie Austin about this. There's a little report about this cruise that Lee touched on, that Chris Lowry was a PI for. I'll make sure I post that on the website, right behind this presentation that Lee did, so you can quickly get to it. We'll get it hopefully put up next week on our website, where we have the meeting minutes and everything else. So with that, I think we get to no, it's going to be Donna's time for SC4D, if I remember right. All right.
Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Try it now.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes. I just need to pull up your presentation, or you can show it yourself if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. I'll just share it from my screen if that's okay.
Great. Thanks, Donna.
One moment.
We can see that loud. We can see that very well.
All right. Can you see everything okay and hear me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. I'm very sorry that I can't be joining you in person instead of this roadside hotel, but thanks for the opportunity to give you a brief update on SC4D, a big community initiative focused on subduction zones with a lot of overlap of the expertise and interest of this committee. So I'm glad to have a chance to talk to you about it. I think that many people on this call have already heard something about SC4D or a lot about SC4D. So I'll try to keep it quick so then we can just have some discussion or questions if that makes sense. Okay, so SC4D is a community initiative that's focused on the science behind subduction zone hazards. And this has been kind of percolating in the community for some time. There was a big workshop in 2016 in Boise that really kicked things off. And over the last few years, with funding from NSF through a couple of research coordination networks, about 80 members of the community have been working on a series of communities to define a plan for what a new initiative focused on subduction zone science could look like. And so I'll tell you a little bit about that. But the kind of general organization of these efforts over the last years have been under a couple main science categories. And again, the larger goal is the science behind subduction zone hazards. And so there was a faulting and earthquake cycles component focused on faulting and earthquake processes, magmatic drivers of eruption, focused on, of course, the kind of inner workings of volcanoes and their links to eruptions, and a landscapes and seascapes group focused on surface processes and connection, particularly to landslides. In addition to these kind of science-focused components of this effort, there have been two integrative groups. The first is building equity and capacity in geoscience, looking at how we can, in many ways, promote DEI and JEDI within a new subduction zone focus, and that we can more broadly move forward as a community with a collective impact framework where we're all working together towards some common goals that are beneficial to everyone. And the other integrative group is the modeling collaboratory for subduction, focused on numerical modeling efforts as a part of this. So these committees have been working over the last years to kind of outline a plan for what a future program focused on subduction zones could look like. Those groups have been meeting bi-weekly for a couple years, mostly on Zoom. We've sought community feedback on the emerging plans at a series of mostly virtual webinars and town halls. And the kind of product of all that over a couple years is a recently released implementation report, just out in November 2022. You can see an outline of it here. Maybe you'll notice the page count, 180 beautiful pages of detail on what these groups have done over the last years, and informed by the community feedback that we've gotten. If you haven't looked at it, I encourage you to do so. If you don't want to read 180 odd pages, check out the executive summary, which is a lean, kind of 20-page summary of what's there. But what I'll do now is just, hit on a couple of the main things that are in this report relevant, and focus on the things that are relevant to the interest of this committee. So one of the big things that those groups spent time on and is in this report is an articulation of some of the big science questions. Here are the overarching ones. I won't go through and read them, but and they kind of hit on those different science themes, and also on the building equity and capacity in geoscience component is the last one. Under each of these like big umbrella questions, like when and where do large damaging earthquakes happen, the groups have defined more specific sub-questions. And another big work of this effort so far has been to define what would we need to do to address these science questions. And so another component of the report is an articulation of that. And we can kind of lump them into a couple of categories. One part are, a major observational component, these observational arrays, the mega array, Volk array, and surf array. And those are illustrated on this cartoon on the right, where mega array is a subduction zone spanning seismic and geodetic network to examine subduction zone behavior. Volk array is instrumentation of active volcanoes, both for monitoring their behavior and for imaging them. And surf array is an observational component to characterize landscapes and seascapes and active processes on them. So I'll show you a little bit more about that. But then those major kind of observational arrays will be complemented by field geology, other geophysical imaging across the system, numerical modeling, lab experiments, training and outreach. And as the plan tries to articulate, all these things need to be super tightly interwoven and integrated in order to be successful in making new progress on these science questions. So I'll just briefly go through each of those those major observational arrays and then some of those activities. So for mega array, this would involve a pretty ambitious like both onshore and offshore seismic and geodetic network across a subduction zone at the kind of scale that would be meaningful for thinking about really large earthquakes. So something like 500 by 500 kilometer footprint. And the notion here is that there could be a first phase of this deployment, which would be kind of sparser, which is shown with these blue symbols, and then that there would be a focusing of instrumentation on areas of particular interest once we learned more, for example, about locking patches, variations in seismicity, the potential of slow slip events on different parts of the different fault systems. So, and that kind of major observational array would be complemented by other geophysical imaging, geological studies, which are shown on the right. The Volk array would involve the instrumentation of active volcanoes. This would include both sensor arrays that would monitor their behavior. So you can sort of see a list here of things like seismometers, geodetic stations, gas sensors, et cetera, and also imaging arrays to look at the internal structure of these volcanoes and the magmatic system that feeds them. The surf array would involve both their detailed imaging of landscapes onshore with things like LiDAR and of very high resolution bathymetry offshore. So maybe that's of particular interest to this committee, but also would involve putting out sensor arrays to really monitor surface processes like sediment transport through a catchment, which is sort of shown here on the lower side. And so those big instrumental arrays would be complemented by other kinds of, as we call them, activities, but field geology, experimental work, modeling, and various kinds of geophysical imaging, also relevant to this committee. So there are all of those things are outlined in that implementation report, but I just wanted to flag some of the components that are most relevant to MSROC. And a lot of them fall under the faulting and earthquake cycles part of SC4D. Clearly, long-term seismic geodetic deployment, a lot of which would be offshore, would be an ambitious and major new effort. I have distributed acoustic sensing up here with a question mark. This is something of great interest, but we're still trying to understand exactly which of our science needs it could fill and how it could work. Imaging of the subduction zone with active and passive methods, both seismic, but also things like MT and CSEM is another part of this plan, and the bathymetric mapping. So those are some of the components that seem most relevant, to MSROC that we can come back to. Okay, so what I described so far is kind of these notional experiments that don't have any geographic specificity, and these other activities. All of that was developed through a pretty detailed traceability matrix framework where we, for each of the science questions, outlined what we would need to know to address the questions, and then what kinds of things would we need to do to get that knowledge. And so that was and you can also see those matrices in all of their detailed glory through the appendices of this report. But then the next question we can ask ourselves is, where should these efforts be focused? And so to think about that, each of the kind of scientific components of SC4D outlined what are the main, the most favorable attributes of a subduction zone that would allow us to tackle our questions, and then cataloged for those attributes for every subduction zone in the world. And this is another thing that we've presented to the community a few times and gotten feedback on. But then each of the different parts, the faulting and earthquake cycles group, magmatic drivers of extensions, landscapes and seascapes, did that process separately. And then we looked at where things overlapped and kind of put on a logistical, practical filter onto that. And the kind of sites that emerged were Chile as a place that had favorable attributes for all of the working groups, all of the kind of parts of SC4D, and Cascadia and Alaska, which are of course very important to us nationally for hazards, had varying levels of idealness for the different working groups. And so the notion is that could have complementary domestic and international sites with, a fair amount of instrumentation focused on Chile, but then complementary instrumentation and activities across the 3 sites. Okay, so all of that and much more is described in the report. If you have a look at that, there's still, as detailed as it is in some ways with those 180 pages, there's a lot that's left to be defined in terms of the details of what any of this data acquisition, for example, would look like, where and what should be done in these particular sites. And so we have this report, but so a lot of people spend a lot of time for a while, but what is our purpose and goal? And ultimately we want to, stand up a new major initiative that's focused on subduction zone science, and that this could be large scale, multinational, and interdisciplinary. And so that's our ultimate goal. And so, how do we make a large scale program like that happen in general? And the kind of steps that we've seen looking at other big programs as models are that the community has to organize and write reports, think about what they want to do, and then begin to, apply for opportunities to fund those efforts and kind of coalesce across agencies to do so. And so, in our effort and our kind of collective community effort to stand up a new subduction zone initiative, we're here. We've organized. We've had the benefit of this research coordination network funding to do so. We've written this long implementation report. And now we're at a moment where we need to do further planning in order to flesh out the details of that and to begin to apply for grants to move forward. And so, we're sort of transitioning from this report writing phase to doing stuff, to further planning and proposal writing phase. And so we have a transitional structure to do this that you can see here. So there's an overall steering committee and an SC4D center that's being funded by a recently awarded Catalyst grant to UC Santa Cruz. And kind of under that umbrella are these working groups focused on different scientific components of SC4D, these integrative groups focused on the numerical modeling and the building equity and capacity and geoscience part. And then some new committees, the Operations Planning Committee and Collective Impact Committee. And so the Operations Planning Committee is kind of focused on planning the logistical instrument design components, other things like that for thinking ahead for SC4D. And the Collective Impact Planning Committee is like, how do we, support the development of this common agenda that's going to allow us to move forward. So these committees have just launched, and I want to point out that there's a lot of cross-pollination between MSROC and these committees. For example, Lindsay Worthington is on OPC. I believe Helen Januszewski is on the Collective Impact Committee. Myself and Shosho are on FEC, et cetera. And so I think that hopefully that will enable a lot of kind of connections between MSROC and this group. And so, the road ahead is really that we have a lot more planning to do to figure out exactly what some of these observational, experimental, and numerical components look like. What are the infrastructure and instrumentation needs for those? A big part of this planning effort is going to involve working with our Chilean colleagues who've set up AndesNet. So it's can be our partner organization with whom we plan to do this in a way that will be beneficial to everyone and serve needs of Chilean and Argentinian scientists. So we have this phase one is really a lot of it's a planning phase, but hopefully a chance in which we can get started with research activities that we can do with existing data. And then, and in this phase that we can start writing proposals so that hopefully in sort of phase two is the major new data acquisition phase, followed by a kind of continued integration and synthesis phase. So I just wanted to come back to an end on this slide, which are these components of SC4D that really overlap with the expertise and interest of people that are here and really need the input and engagement of the marine seismic community. And maybe with that, I can just stop and we can open up for questions. So.
Thanks, Donna. Questions for Donna on that?
How does engagement with NSF go with this? I mean, it's just a back and forth. I mean, as far as each stage or phase of this right now?
Could you hear Sean Higgins' question?
I think so. You're asking about NSF's engagement in this?
Yes.
So NSF has been supporting this effort through, they supported these. So we applied for research coordination network funding. There are originally 2 different ones, which were supported by NSF. And then we've had this, committee structure, the writing of this report, community engagement that led there. And then most recently, there was this award for a catalyst proposal to Santa Cruz, and that supports kind of a continued operation of a center, which really has a couple of staff members who can help support us in continuing to have community conversations. And it also supported a recent workshop that we held in November, and we'll support like specific planning activities that can't really be done by volunteers. And so that involves things like more detailed array design work, for example, for seafloor, for geodesy and seismic arrays and other kind of targeted things like that. So, and additionally, the steering committee and that I want to emphasize that those things were supported by both OCE and EAR. And in addition to that kind of more, I guess, formal interaction of us seeking funding from NSF, being supported by them, we've also been having regular conversations to seek their guidance on how we move forward and stand this up. And additionally, we've been coordinating with the U.S. Geological Survey, which has also a kind of a subduction zone initiative they're trying to launch, and NASA as well, that with their mini satellite based systems that they operate are relevant to SC4D. So that's kind of a vague question. I don't know if Gail would like to say more about how NSF has been engaging with us.
Yeah, so I think Donna did a good summary of our engagement. We've participated in the community meetings. We have regular sessions with the executive group. We've met with them. We feel like this catalyst proposal was widely supported because it was not just OCE and EAR, but the GEO front office as well supported that. So GEO is well aware of SC4D. So there's no program right now to submit to, but we're happy to take proposals in our regular core programs, especially at this stage. It's some kind of pilot experiments. I mean, before you put out a 500 by 500 kilometer some pilot experiments to really understand what you need would really be encouraged at this stage. But right now, the problem is that, like Chile, that's a pretty big place. So where exactly in there, is the community going to focus? So I think that would be our message to the community, is to narrow things down.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Gail. And as Gail pointed to, one of our most critical needs, and this is going to be the work of these committees over the coming months and years, is to focus in what these plans are and et cetera. But something I wanted to emphasize and I didn't say is that this implementation plan is out there now. There's a lot of science in there that reflects what we hope and think is like interest of a lot of the community. And so there is like an opportunity to for anybody to move forward with starting to write proposals to try to, do different pieces of this, whether it's work on existing data that's connected to SC4D, whether it's pilot projects. And I think that for the kind of collective impact part of SC4D, we would we want to move forward together as much as we can. And so we certainly encourage anyone who's interested in putting in a proposal. You can connect with any of those committees or the steering committee to, learn what else is happening and how to coordinate your proposal. But it's the implementation plans out there, so everyone can move forward and in doing these things too. So.
Question from Ann for you.
In the implementation plan, I assume that we're gonna have all the capabilities to do the geophysical imaging. We're gonna have a new shift, we're gonna have a short period of years. So I was wondering how we could have like synergy for solutions of 40 to mention that we need that, we need a shift, we need a short period of years. And for instance, how solutions of 40 to contribute to the white paper saying that in these solutions of 40 we need short period instruments. That's synergy between.
So I don't think you hear the question, Don, or not. It was Ann was asking about the synergy between C4D and also these other big initiatives, the one to replace the Langseth, the other one for new short period OBSs. How is SC4D helping to, I guess, advocate for those and drive home the need for those?
I think it's a really important point, Anne. Obviously, some parts of what is in that plan will require major new infrastructure that could, would be in addition to what the kind of instrumentation that, for example, is discussed by MSROC, but other parts of we would hope would leverage things like a seismic research ship, or as you said, short period pool to do focused imaging experiments, et cetera. And so I think that's all over the report, but I think you're right that are given the kind of assumption of those things that's in that report, that we do need to do more to say how important those are and how much we need them to be successful in this future thing. So I would appreciate advice on how we can most effectively do that, working, for example, with MSROC to make those things, to make that message clear to everyone who needs to hear it.
Well, just quickly, I can say that, right now, while you're working on the committee's input on the Langseth replacement, could be reinforced there about this project you're talking about, or this big program, and same thing for the white paper for OBSs too. You could link them time together right in those things right in front of us.
So from an international perspective, Donna, who are you talking to, I guess, from a collaboration standpoint? I mean, how broadly is that being cast?
So we've been, I could have also said, we have been in touch with a number of scientists from Chile across many institutions and across some of their national, like seismic and volcanic networks, for example. We held a meeting in Chile last April. It was attended by about 80 scientists from across Chile, all different career stages and scientific interests, and kind of were able to have a first conversation about a possible collaboration and what their interests were, what this could look like. Since then, they have set up a structure called AndesNet, which could hopefully be a kind of a main point of contact that for SC4D as a kind of multi-institutional community network here in the US, that there could be a similar multi-institution network within Chile to whom we could talk, and that entity would organize conversations in Chile about, the priorities of scientists there. And so that the AndesNet has been stood up, and they're having discussions there about what this looks like. We had about 8 scientists, I think, from Chile who attended our recent community seismic meeting community seismic, I'm so sorry, community SC4D meeting in Houston. So we're trying to make that very, very broad, and if this is going to be successful, it needs to be broadly based scientific communities in both countries that for whom the planned things are going to be beneficial to everyone. So that's it's a core. And the final thing I should say is that there are Chilean members on all of the SC4D committees as well. So
Gail's got a question.
Oh, I was gonna say, there was also a meeting with Germany.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I kind of went straight to Chile there, but there are a number of groups in Europe who've done a ton of work on subduction zones around the world, including in South America. And so, yes, as Gail says, there was a meeting in Potsdam also last June, and continued discussions with those groups. And I guess maybe the thing I really should have highlighted is that there was a recently submitted proposal to NSF ExcelNet, which is a opportunity that allows for kind of international partners to discuss and to collaborate and discuss common, needs and goals. SC4D submitted one of those proposals, and it would involve partner, like the kind of partner agencies listed in that proposal are in Japan, New Zealand, Europe, Central and South America, other partners in the US. And so that would be another framework that would allow us to have a pretty broad international collaboration and conversation. So sorry, I didn't mention that before. There's too much to say.
Yes, it seems to me like this should be just a regular topic now when the MSROC meetings kind of updates on where this program's at. Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Let's see if I find it. So to Ann's, from Jim Garrity, to Ann's question, the implementation plan is clearly something that we point to in the white paper and an obvious target for any short period fleet proposals to cite. But having an additional white paper or some other statements from the SC4D community would presumably be helpful. Okay. All right, thanks, Donna. That was great. You want to jump into the length that's now Sean's presentation, so do you want
the operations update now?
Yeah.
Hold the rest of it.
after lunch? Yeah,
After lunch.
makes sense. Yeah. Yep. And do you have your presentation? Okay, hang on. Bear with me for a minute then. There he is. All right, let's move slides. Why not? The hell, why not? It's back. Oh, what the hell is that? Get out of here. Okay, and slideshow. I guess it's it, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, he's down the row there. Okay, all right. You see that okay? Good.
I need to change the view here, or are we good?
You also try over here. Okay.
So I don't know if it's on the slideshow, actually.
There you go. Okay.
All right. So, yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that's good.
All right, everybody. It's good to be here and talk to everybody in person, but so basically just wanted to kind of review our 20 is sort of what's in yellow were additions that we made in the schedule that ended up fitting in a STEM Seas cruise back at the end of April and going down to San Diego to mow for the Basel cruise. And later in the year, we were us to look at supporting UV Senda there in Scripps with his LTR moorings that had been left out too long and really needed to come in and redeploy some new ones. So that was an interesting adventure with UV down there. And then we transited to Puerto Rico. So, but notice in the thing that had a big impact on our schedule was the deferment cancellation. Not sure what the right word is for the loss of 48 days with Pablo Canales and Yuri Tenbrink's work off Puerto Rico. So some of those other projects help fill a little bit of the schedule, but and we're just completed Parnell Turner's project here today. So the ship's just headed back into Tampa, Florida. So we had a provisional schedule of about 255 days, which was great. We ended up doing 217 days at the conclusion of this last experiment. Certainly when I know that the Puerto Rico work was just resubmitted, don't know what the impact of that's going to be yet on next year or beyond. So this is what we have coming up in the current year. We've got basically we'll start at the end of February, beginning of March, where we'll head off to the Galapagos for the large OBS experiment that John talked about. We've got the Daigle Basel project off North Carolina for landslides and geohazards and things there. It's a combination 2D seismic and coring cruise. So we're talking to the OSU group. It's going to be broken up into 2 legs and stuff where we'll do the coring as a kind of a separate mini leg, given all the equipment involved and people involved. And so that'll be in May, early June. As I mentioned during John's talk, we're looking at picking up the Parnell Turner stuff after that in the Caymans. And then we move on to a 2-leg experiment with the Blake Plateau, where we plan right now to do the MCS in July, mid-August timeframe, and then mid-August to early September with the Blake Plateau OBS portion of the experience. We break for some maintenance, and then we've got some options here. There's potentially a New England Seamount program, and we've kind of tentatively held open a window back in November, mid-December for the Puerto Rico experiment, but that's really going to wait. I guess Kevin Johnson, Gail, and these guys letting us know if that's feasible before we start looking around at other options there. So the schedule could vary from 200 to 260 days, depending on what happens in that October through December window. Of note, we're currently talking with our Sarcel to possibly use some time in February to test the new streamer that they're testing as part of a long-term test, we hope. And so we're talking to them about some initial work to bring out some of their new streamer to test against the current streamer that they have as part of kind of a longer term conversation we've had about helping test various equipment on the Langseth. This is something we've put out to various instrumentations as kind of being an independent tester of equipment. This is something we've done a little bit in the past. It's something we continue to talk to people about, going forward. So that's kind of where we're at here. So just a few highlights. Some of them you've seen, published and some of them, but we had a chance to take the pelagic ROV out, and it's quite an experiment to, as you saw some of the gear on board, there was about 3 vans. We had to build an A-frame within an A-frame for a pelagic system and stuff. So this was all mounted on a frame that was mounted to our deck, and we've always had the fun experience of where the deck bolts on our ship are 600 millimeters. They're not the standard, 24-inch pattern. So we always have to create adapter plates, if you will, to do this. But it's turned out working out really well, but there's a lot of work to get set up for this. A lot of coordination during the previous month in March to get everything in, place where it could be mounted and so forth. So a lot of logistic support to make this happen, but it worked really well. Really happy to see that Pablo and those guys are happy with the data as well. But it was a good experiment, and it was something that was part of originally was going to be scheduled to be off the Oceanus the year before during the main operational components of the Cascadia experiment with Suzanne Carbot and the rest, but ended up getting moved to the Langseth in 22. We had the very successful Angro Gap experiment with Ann Bissell and Donna Shillington and Brian and people in this room. A lot of work and stuff went into prepping for all this, but despite, multiple hurricanes, tropical storms swinging through this area, managed to pretty much collect everything, and stuff. So a lot of work to get the permits here and stuff, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. But just getting the State Department Mexico approval, it was one of only, I think, 2 experiments approved in Mexico over the last 2 to 3 years and stuff because of a change in their permitting progress. We had 62 documents that we had to put in English and Spanish into their system to actually get it through the State Department and Mexican embassies and 7 agencies there. Just to highlight some of what goes on the backside of making these projects happen, as well as a lot of coordination with John. And I'll just throw out and assume anything that has OBSs in, there's extensive discussions going on with John as far as timing, tax availability and stuff like that. But that's committee reports, the use of various OBSs and things like that. I mean, we don't schedule our programs alone at all. I mean, it's very much a joint effort with OPSIC. Just to think about, this is my 13th year here. I can't believe it. Just to think about where we were with OBSs 13 years ago till today, and just how critical they've been in some of the long offset 2D work that we're doing now. It's incredible to think about the scale that we're doing things, as well as this was all done with 15-kilometer streamer, which we also didn't dream about 13 years ago. We were happy when the 8-kilometer Syntrack worked. So I mean, a lot of things have changed operationally over that time and stuff. So to think about the scale, I think it's noted in this map. I think there's 126 drops, I think, something like that on this project. It was, again, a 2-leg thing where we basically went out the OBSs, did all those first, and then went back into Acapulco, dropped off those people, and then went out to shoot the rest of the seismic. We moved on to something extraordinarily different after that. We went back into scripts. We added 2 new winches and stuff to the crews that were going to be used for multiple things. So this was a plankton project called Spectra that was run by Bob Cowan's group out of OSU. So we stopped at scripts, we offloaded gear, we added 2 winches, as you note. On the bottom left, we were running 1 winch in the middle of the vessel underneath the streamer reel. We had put a pad eye down there. You can see the wire running down and then up, and then went off the back of the ship. And that was running the ISIS sled, which is a towed sensor sled that we towed at night. So if you notice in the transects in above in the map there, basically we'd go off onto a series of stations overnight to do Mach Ness and CTD work. And then you tow this sled back in, yo-yoing it behind the ship at night to collect data overnight. And so it was very continuous. There are a lot of people on board. There's 25 scientists on board, a lot of work. All 3 labs, the port lab, the wet to starboard lab, were all set up with labs. There's just, again, all the setup in the upper right of what the wet lab and dry lab. A lot of work from the uncontaminated seawater system to supply it. Out on the deck on the lower part, you can see it was a really large Mach Ness net. It had multiple nets that were triggered, but it was a 4-meter by 4-meter Mach Ness system. And so that took up basically deploying that onto the A-frame. You can see the Dynacon winch there that deployed both CTDs and Mach Ness in kind of alternate arrangements. So again, there's a lot of work to get all their equipment on board, another lab van there to support other efforts as well. So there were 4 labs in use, as well as doing all those operations off the Langseth. Again, there's compromises here, but I think it was a good demonstration of what we can accomplish there doing these sorts of experiments. We've had a few attempts over the years, but turned out to work really well. The next experiment, we moved on to heat flow probes. So it's Rob Harris there from OSU and his group. And so we hadn't done a lot of this work. He's one of the few groups left doing it, I think somewhat sooner routinely, but did heat flow probes. And then Ann Trehu was out running the high-res seismic work and stuff. They were picking these sites to do transect. There were about 4 boxes off the coast of the Cascadia margin up into southern Washington that we targeted. And so we did make well over 100 deployments of that, in addition to most of the heat flow probe work. There's still about a week's worth of work left on this that they're going to wait and do on the Sally Ride here next year, I believe, with they're fully new system. This was a bit of a hybrid system pulled together from parts of their old and new because they haven't been able to get all their new parts yet. Went on from there, jumped back again and stuff back into kind of something a little more regular for us, was just doing some OBS deployments out on axial seamount and stuff with William Wilcock to fill in some gaps. Bob Desiak took the opportunity, we threw on a hydrophone array, which was good practice for us. We deployed that off the stern of the Langseth there to fill in a gap in the arrays out there that they were doing and stuff. There was a short experiment, it was just out there for a week before coming back into Seattle. And I didn't miss the slide on Lindsay's project, but we went back up into Alaska and stuff and retrieved the OBSs we had put out the previous year. And then just to touch on some of the mooring work, this was some of the work we were deploying on the bottom left as the 2 new moorings that we were going to deploy. It was an interesting experiment. We drop them in the water from the front, we deploy from the back and deploy about up to 3,000 meters of chain, rope, and sensors and balls and everything off the back, and then drop the big railroad wheels and stuff, about 5,000 pound anchors that were sitting right underneath the A-frame on the bottom left there. We dropped one in for each of those. And on the right there is a picture of the old one that had almost broken off when we retrieved it. It wasn't going to last much longer. So we were happy to get the one back. But again, we used the same Dynacon on there again for multiple projects here before we took that off and began our transit through the Panama Canal here in early November, getting into Ponce, Puerto Rico for the Cayman project late November. So it was a busy year. It was a successful year. It was probably the most diverse year of different type of work that we've been undertaking since I started anyway, with a lot of different things going on. There's a lot of prep work, give the techs and our ship's crew lots of issues here. So I just wanted to highlight, I know it's hard to see at this scale and stuff, and maybe easier for people on computers, but part of our ocean instrumentation last year, we replaced some other aspects of our front end system and stuff on the Langseth. It can, just to give you an idea of the multiple components that are part of it. And this is this year's focus. Four short head sections, which are in the next 2 circles going back down the sections. And then the Hessa section is, the head elastic, the section there, adapters and stuff. So there's a lot that goes into building out this system before you get to the streamers that deals with issues from, noise and stuff, either, along the streamer and separating it from the ship there. So over the last 2 years, we've replaced probably about $350,000 of things that had largely been donated to us. I mean, I think one of the things just to note over the last 13 years I've been here, we've been able to, obtain Western GECO gave us a lot of equipment, and stuff. And they gave us back in 2011, they gave us 40 kilometers of Syntrax streamer and every bit of electronics they had and stuff, which allowed us to continue to operate the system up to 2014. CGG at that point allowed us to, at a reduced cost, allowed us to start transitioning our stuff to a Cercel Sentinel system. And then in 2017, donated a huge amount of equipment when they were phasing out their sea operations and stuff that allowed us to completely transition our system over. Over the last 2 years plus, Jim has helped fill out that. We got rid of some of the old existing systems. So really at a fairly modest cost over the last, decade and a half here almost. We haven't had to have NSF really fund a lot of the major investment that, one of these would require. If you were starting, I mean, literally tens of millions of dollars would be required if you were doing this from scratch. We've probably done it for a fraction of that stuff, but there are continued investments. Some of these are wear and tear items and stuff that need to replace. Most of this gear has been in the water for the better part of 6 years. Just again, awareness items. I try to point these out every year, with NEMS and NOAA, National Marine Fisheries. There's IHAs that we have to do as part of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. There's a biological opinion that comes out of the Endangered Species Act, reviews, and there's multitudes of other possible operations. There's the Coastal Zone Management Act, there's a Central Fish Habitat. there's a whole array of things that Holly Smith, like I say, she's not here this year, but I try to call her out every year. These things just simply couldn't happen without her efforts. And as well as our contractor LGL, who's been with us for a long time, and really helping to figure out how to get us in the water. Obviously talking to John, the coordination with OBSIC is now just absolutely crucial. These two things don't work without each other. There's very few experiments that go out without both being involved in multi-channel as well as OBSIC. The foreign vessel clearances, increasingly getting strict. Most of them require 6 to 7 month minimum requirements. It's a hard deadline. It used to be more of a recommendation, I would say. We're seeing a firming up around the world of these kind of requests. And then oftentimes there's a whole nother layer. Once all the stuff that NIMS requires that we do anywhere for an NSF funded projects. And any other complications that come up, as far as just the actual operations, obviously over the last few years with COVID and everything brought a whole new range of things, which we've largely not had big issues with on our ship over the last year, knock on wood, if we've had any wood here. That's why I have a wooden desk. Encourage the techs to wear wooden shoes. But I mean, so there's a lot of stuff here that goes in. It's all behind the scenes kind of things. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as far as some of the O&O, but we've had a lot of changes on OMO personnel. We've had a new Marine Ops manager for the first time in 5 years. One of my jobs will be going away, which is exciting. And so John Kinkella started with us here in August and is really kind of hitting his stride here a little bit more now. We've got a new Marine recruitment staffing coordinator, pending hire right now. We hope will start in January, which is going to allow that person to fill an open vacancy as a financial analyst down below and stuff to transition, but keep him in the fold. We hired a new chief engineer just in November, just started on a part-time basis and is going to fill in down for a departure of Matt Tuck, who's been here for 36 years. He started with the Conrad back in the mid 80s. It's the longest term employee that we have on the crew and stuff. And, so he'll be moving on. We had Sean Shaver depart us, resigned and retired in August. And I want to give a special shout out to Senior Science Officer Marine Tech Dave Martinson. He's here since 2007. He's the longest lived person. Anybody wants to send him a Christmas card, I would say that there's almost no one more responsible for keeping this system together, especially the previous Centrac system. I mean, you had 7 different operating systems to run Centrac. It was written in DOS back in the 80s. And so you basically had to launch it in DOS and work it up through multiple operating systems to get it up and functional. Every Christmas, he would give me his wish list of where to go shop with hoarders to put old system to create old systems and new systems. But I can't give Dave enough shout outs in terms of being a partner in this. I mean, he's been here over 15 years. He started as just a part-time consultant when they were doing the outfitting of Langseth in 2007 and stuff. So, but in general, the group of techs we've had, we're hiring 3 new ones, but essentially he'll be the last of the original people who started with the Langseth and stuff. And it's just been so instrumental in, in holding things, he's sort of the wizard behind the curtain, as you say in the Wizard of Oz reference. But I mean, and he's continuing on. He'll continue to assist us in some capacity, I'm sure. He knows where the bodies are buried and where things are hidden on the ship to keep things working. So we're hoping to uncover most of them before he leaves, but certainly can't say enough about that. And like I say, the new people that have come on to the mix, and stuff, Josh Kassinger and Todd Ginsvold are pictured here, as well as Cody Bilal and some of the other folks. And Alan Thompson, who's sailed with us for 7-8 years now, is going to be taking over David's role in a number of things. And like I say, David's done a lot of things behind the scenes. I was actually visiting David during COVID at his house in North Dakota. When you drive in the driveway, you go on to the Langseth network and stuff, because he basically monitors all the firewalls and everything from his house and stuff. So, But, you know, so Alan Thompson's going to be taking on some of the roles that he's had, but David's also gone back. People have been looking at doing analysis of old data that was collected 10, 12 years ago. We'll write David to go back and look at stuff. So there's a lot of stuff from data analysis and QA/QC that David takes on as our submissions to R2R, but also going back and solving old problems that existed from data that was collected anytime during the LinkSAF years. And so there's a lot of behind the scenes things that happen on the tech group. So certainly want to highlight that because there's kind of these unfunded mandates of helping with a lot of these kind of things that goes on behind the scenes. And I think that's it. Any questions?
Did you want to mention, wasn't there a thruster repair?
There wasn't a thruster repair, there was a gearbox repair. Yeah, and that's that last week we postponed. We finished the seismic part while we were still out there. And then we thought there was actually something hung up on the propeller and stuff because that's where we were getting the errors while we were at sea. And it wasn't until we got into the dock that we found that there was actually a portion of the gearbox that failed. So, and just to say, we were very fortunate. We had bought a duplicate set of gearboxes from the twin of this vessel here 2 years ago because we couldn't get gearbox parts when they shut down the factories during COVID over at with Holstein. So we found that they'd still the guy who scrapped the vessel still had the duplicate set of gearboxes. So we got 2 10-ton gearboxes for $70,000, which was cheaper than the one part we needed. And so we brought those over to Le Mans, and so we spent a weekend harvesting the part we needed, shipped it out, and had the ship back up in like a little over a week. So props out to the chief engineer who was out there and the team there to get that done. But yeah, I mean, this highlights the supply chain stuff that John talked about earlier. Just been enormous challenges to get parts, and trying to get paint for a ship is you don't have any. Buying lubes, you start 6 months in advance. I mean, there's just a whole variety of challenges. Doug talked about the crewing and stuff, and that is just an enormous issue and still it continues. But yeah, the simplest things you used to do in a day, now are kind of ongoing, lifelong challenges. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, John.
Yep.
You want to do lunch now? So an hour and a half? Okay, so we're going to take a lunch break back around 1:45 Central Time for those on. Lindsay.
I'll reprise. All right. So welcome back. This presentation here is going to be on I couldn't hear. Basically, Lamont proposed to buy the ship when Columbia, or Lamont, or NSF rather, had decided to retire the vessel potentially in 2020 as an NSF asset. We proposed to purchase the LinkSAF with the rationale behind it that a bridge to a new vessel at Lamont and Columbia University. The data for the retirement, as I mentioned, was driven by a potential additional ship investment being potentially prohibitive for midlife, end-of-life issues on critical systems like control systems. And I'll come back and touch on that at the end. Our goal is still targeting 2025 for a replacement global vessel that maintains a significant seismic capability, but is more general purpose oriented, to support a broader array of oceanographic projects more easily. It's a conversation we've been having with NSF for a long time. The goal would be to try to, have it operate more closely to the other general purpose ships in terms of schedules, which enables us to operate it much more cost effectively. Yeah, it came back.
You got it?
Yeah. So, project status as it works right now, we're working with the Lamont director at the climate school and the university on funding for the various ship planning phases. We started work with Gloston, which I'll give you the first update on a conceptual model that we've started to develop that just came Friday. We've been talking with ship brokers worldwide on possible vessels of interest. Again, we're not building a new vessel, we're refitting something existing. The general vessel characteristics are something 80 to 90 meters in length, 60 berths, preferably something less than 10 years in age, with either a conversion of an existing seismic vessel out of the Langseth or a conversion of a SOV, PSV workboat to support seismic and other general purpose work.
What do you need for this ship? Is it a requirement that it run the older rank that you've done?
Basically, ship market sort of defined where we're looking. Since 2013, with sort of the collapse of the oil and gas market, well over 100 vessels have left that marketplace with the downturn of oil and gas, which has only recently rebounded with the events in Ukraine, Russia, and other factors and stuff. And certainly the SEG meeting was a good example of that. Probably the most money I've seen floating around in the better part of a decade and stuff at that meeting is, with the money that Exxon and others have been making. So it's the most upbeat meeting I've certainly attended in a long time. But the overall workboat market in general is tight. Wind farm construction all over the world has been a big driver of that. A lot of boats from the seismic industry are being converted either, to source boats for nodes. Also, the type of work that's being done seismic has changed. So even existing former streamer vessels are not working as source vessels, even really large vessels. But the OSV market and things in terms of wind farms and stuff has really changed that market as well. These are sort of what the Langseth would be if you imagine taking everything in back of the quarters and creating an empty deck back vessel, with a crane, their construction support vessels, other type of, mud boats and stuff that go out and support different construction activities. Like that. So yeah. Platform support vessels, things like that. Offshore. So we've been looking at this is a good example where, has this kind of thing been done? This is a former platform support vessel, the REM Andes. It and its sister ship, the Aquarius, were both converted to seismic support vessels by BGP in about 6 months over in Singapore. This vessel originally had, could do up to like a 4 by 3 kilometer survey, as well as having a full source and compressors and stuff on it. The Aquarius was set up with a big hangar to deploy nodes. They worked together off India and places for 5 years. And this ship in particular is still there doing node work over there right now. But show you what it looked like before and after. But these boats they're quite amenable to changes. These boats are used oftentimes even when people want to use portable systems to go out to do, source work, whatever. There's portable sources that companies like WGP and Fairfield operate. Well, there's containerized systems they'll put out on boats like this. Significant component. The starboard and port sides, they've left slipways to deploy their arrays. What they do instead is they actually, take the streamers off and on. They have 4 3-kilometer streamer reels that they just land on the deck down the middle of the ship there and stuff, and deploy with a gantry crane over the back end and stuff. And they take that off when they're not using it. They have a big hangar for an ROV support. You can see the davits on the starboard side where they also do long coring. So there's a lot of built-in equipment, but they did this a little bit differently. Again, what we're trying to do here is, from a concept, purposes, merge kind of a general purpose capabilities as you might have on the Ravel with something, that is a baseline platform supply vessel, which basically is that big open deck. And that same ship with it loaded is it below with the whole array of containers, winches and other equipment and stuff that can be put on there. But just giving you an idea of the space you have to work with. So that's where my presentation sort of ended last time. So on Friday, Glosson gave us back like a first very early draft of looking at what that ship would look like, with the seismic array on it. you know, and other labs. And so what I've done is I've highlighted the various places, but what this does is basically, instead of having 4 reels, we have 2 that would each be larger reels that would have at least 8 kilometers of storage. We'd have the full arrays. They'd all be down the port side underneath with support crane above it, and tail buoy storage and things like that. You'd have a stern A-frame, very open starboard side, and then you'd have this midship crane. And then basically we started plugging around all the various labs that are on the other existing vessels. One thing of interest here and stuff, and I'll show you some pictures of it. You'll note the coring platform on the forward starboard side following the quarters there. The RV Pourquoi Pause Friendship uses this squirt boom method for doing long coring, which is rather unique and stuff. And Glossons has been working a lot with them on this. And I'll show you a couple of pictures of it, but they can take 40 to 50 meter cores with it. And basically you'd be able to support that. It basically brings the core up and you'd swing it with a series of davits and you could run it essentially down that whole starboard side. So it brings around unique capability back to the fleet in an interesting way. We'll be moving a lot of this stuff around, but it was just to show from our standpoint and from my standpoint, trying to look at this. This is roughly a 90-meter boat. It's, this is a good 60 feet longer than the length, 60, 65 feet. So it's adding some additional space and things on that, from that standpoint. So we'll be playing around a lot with this. There's another draft of this out this coming week, and we'll continue to kind of see and build in more reality into this. But at first glance, we're looking at how we could accomplish things that would open up the space and make a lot of other things that we talked about doing that we've done this year a lot more easily, as well as add additional lab spaces. I mentioned the coring system. This is off the RV Pods. This is about 105 meters. But this is the big squirt boom system they use off this coring platform and stuff. And they basically, in their case, they swing this forward into the ship where there's basically a notch along the whole starboard side. But it's an interesting concept. It's all run with synthetic. And they're taking 40, 45 meter cores with this, and stuff off the side. But just to give you an idea what that looks like. So that's all I have in terms of an update and sort of what we're looking to achieve. And this comes out of a lot of conversations with the Fleet Improvement Committee. I've also met with NSF in terms of trying to find something that will leave us a lot of capability from a 2D standpoint, still going to allow for 15.5 kilometer surveys, potentially in particular, like, a shorter 3D setup, but we'll see how that plays out as we move this along. But a couple of things I wanted to talk about, kind of not on these slides. One was to touch upon the end of life and stuff that we've been looking at. We've had questions asking is the, and I'm sensitive to it as well. I mean, the thing everybody's been asking about is that 24 a hard deadline for the Langseth, especially if we saw there was going to be a gap towards a new vessel. And so that's something we've been exploring with Kongsberg and Rolls-Royce and Olstein and the equipment providers in terms of some of where our concerns were. We've got good news, some of the control system concerns, they've kind of changed their approach over the last few years since I've talked to them. So that's something we can probably address much simpler. That was really kind of a non-starter before. But we are looking at, the possibility that if we needed to, we could, potentially get through a smaller mid 5-year survey, with ABS and, potentially extend the life of the Langseth out to meet the gap and stuff where we bring a new vessel in. I mean, it's not a long-term solution, but it might be something that opens up some flexibility there and allow for more planning and stuff with the community and stuff. So it is something I'll be talking to Rose and the NSF folks about, in case that's something we at least have to have it on the table, and they would have to be on board with what we're proposing with that. Lastly, I just want to come back to touch on something that Gail mentioned. I talked about earlier as far as the operations, but we've had a long ongoing conversation with PGS regarding their EM system. It's a towed system that they basically during the town just warehouse that system. And recently, about 2 years ago, they made a deal with OFG to start getting that thing out of the warehouse and stuff. So it's potentially, it can be, it's a towed streamer, up to 8 kilometers, has its own source, and you could actually do it in line with seismic and stuff at the same time. So we've been talking to them quite a bit with OFG, with others. It's not clear exactly what this model, but part of the reason we started talking was Kerry Key and Rob Evans and other people have been involved in these conversations, and especially after the groundwater work that Kerry had done off Martha's Vineyard. You know, there's a lot of applications in the wind farm world and other places for this, shallow gases, other things. And, you know, the idea behind it would be to start kind of an industry academic consortium around that, so that some portion of the year could be, you know, while they're developing other projects, you know, open up the possibility of having EM available and stuff for the community and stuff, because it's been talked a lot about. So I was interested to know that Gail was seeing more of that, you know, because I think as some of these ideas take shape, and I think we're at a point here coming up where knowing if we're going to be able to do that, but the community, be really good to have the community talk about what they would want to use it for and how much, and is there an international or US wide community interested in doing this. So I did want to mention that and stuff. That's good to see, but that's something we've been looking to add, you know, considerably, but it's quite a system. I mean, they spent $400 or $500 million developing it. So it's a lot of money that they were doing at the time when they were doing it. So I can stop there and take questions.
There's a question on the chat.
Yeah, Donna asked, she says, thanks, we got exciting to see things moving forward. What plans do you have to get community feedback on these plans?
Well, I think, you know, as we start to develop this will be, you know, going out, you know, we've had quite a bit actually over the years, as I was just talking to Doug before, we've had numerous workshops looking at variations on a theme here, but we'll certainly be reaching out through the Fleet Improvement Committee and stuff, and to NSF and this group and stuff as a way of reaching out, you know, to the community on this as this takes more shape here in the very near future and stuff. We'll definitely be reaching out.
Yeah. So I'm. Yeah, so Sean, this is really exciting, I think, to the community. I guess what would be really helpful is if there was any like firm commitment that we could put out information to the community, because right now, the only information we have is that we're accepting proposals for operations through 2024. So, you know, if the Langseth is going to be extended, if there's going to be a new ship, I mean, this committee needs to think about the, you know, the regional plan.
Absolutely. Now, there's a lot of reasons to talk about the regional plan. You know, Ann's talked to me about that. I mean, as far as, you know, where the interest is, the regional plan sort of was kind of a generic thing about rotating the vessel back. And then obviously COVID impacted that and delayed our arrival into the Atlantic. You know, we've got a subset of projects, definitely through 23, depending on what happens with Puerto Rico. There's a possible NERC project that could be done in 24 off Iceland. And, you know, beyond that, there's one or two other proposals, I think, that are in the mix. But I think this is where this committee needs to weigh in on the regional plan, you know, as far as like where they want it to go. If the focus is to start doing pilot projects for you know, subduction zone 4D, or there's other things that this community, I mean, I think, you know, part of the reason that regional plan got out, and it was really Candace that ended up sort of just moving that forward. But I think this is where the community really needs to jump in here and say what they want the ship to do. I wholeheartedly agree. Like I've said, if we're going to try to extend the Langseth a little bit, that's something we're trying to make a decision on now, you know, and stuff, and get the buy-in from especially NSF if we were to try to do that, you know, and stuff. And as far as the rest, you know, I've gotten initial money to move forward with this modeling and the, you know, commitment. That's all I can speak for. The rest is above my pay grade. To that end, I mean, this is going to be owned by a lot. It's a UNOLS vessel. We would propose to have it, you know, accepted in the UNOLS fleet, effectively like the Langseth was when we bought it. Yeah.
I'm curious with SE4D, there's probably going to be interest in collecting more 3D reflection data. So do you think that a new design like the one this to us, would that affect the efficiency of being able to collect that data? And is it so sort of worthwhile to collect the same volumes that we have in the past with the devices? kilometers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does have an impact for that. I mean, there's no doubt that, not having, or proposing not having the 4x6 kilometer survey. So, I mean, there are options we've been talking to others about. I mean, obviously, because of the number of things we were looking at with NSF over the years, going out to find a relationship with industry and so forth, in a variety of different ways. Scripps did some of this as well. There's not a lot of commercial options, and partly because the market has been reduced so much, the expense of doing it, we've taken our schedule and put it out to industry, and stuff, and even to get somebody to reply, but the numbers are rather staggering compared to the budgets that we're working with. But I think one option that is real, that I'm going to be meeting with Sang Mook Lee here in January. He's coming, I think, to the next 4D meeting as well, but they've just built a streamer vessel as part of Keygam there. And I think, as part of that, I think it is, NSF has asked us to consider still, how would we do the 3D and look at that? That potentially is a real option, and stuff. I don't know what their planned use for that vessel is exactly. Saying we convinced them to build it, and, I'm not sure Keygam knows, but I think that's a real discussion to have. That's quite a capable vessel. He's coming to Vermont in mid-January to talk about that. I know he's coming to NSF. I think he's going to the next subduction zone meeting. And so it'd be interesting to hear their place, because that is a ship that could potentially play a role in that. That could be maybe the only affordable option out there, and stuff, because there's not a lot to choose from.
So happy to hear that in the next is not ready in 2025, there's possibility to extend the next set. So if we're sure that there is no gap, we should be able to keep surveying proposal, and then this proposal by the new regional plan.
Well, I think it's really important. Like I say, we were starting to run into this before, and we talked about, pre-proposals, all this, to try to get an idea. And certainly from John's perspective, it's critical that we start getting an idea of where future interest lies. I don't know how exactly. We'd have to maybe talk to Gail more specifically about how we might capture that, but it's really important for this community, I believe, to still have some proposal pressure in here. It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. I understand, that if you don't have a vessel necessarily you're writing something for, that you're not. But on the other hand, if there isn't proposal pressure sitting at SF, and we've heard this before, then it gets hard to plan for. It's hard for John to know where to invest resources and so forth. I wish I could give you and had more specific answers, but we've been trying to work around a number of these things here, and stuff as far as, that goes. But hopefully we'll be able to add more specifics on an extension of Langseth and stuff as a potential gap filler and stuff here. But
I'm sure that sending proposal after 2024, there's more pressure.
yeah, and it's just, I think, capturing where those ideas might be, and again, I don't know how best to do this, but it's like there's a lot of interest on back on the Pacific versus this versus it'd be really good for this committee to start gathering some of this. We've done this before, probably about 6-7 years ago, I think, when we attempted to do this before. But I think somehow you want to maintain where there's interest and scope and scale, because that's going to guide other investments as well, and stuff. So that would be my advice there. But
Hi, Sean. This
go
is.
ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Shoot.
Yeah, can you hear me, Sean? I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So Helen was saying maybe the speakers in the room are off. I don't know.
Okay, speaker in the room, is that working well? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Sean, for this update. I think it is really exciting to see the possibilities for the new vessel and also the potential extension for the lenses. So can you give us some idea of how long do you envision the extension of the lenses could be? beyond?
Well,
2024?
I really would have to know if NSF is open to doing this, and we'd have to spell out, I think, what we wanted to do in this mid 5-year shipyard in 24. I mean, if we were to compare what we did sort of the last mid 5-year back in 2019, it's potentially doable. Like I say, I got some good news on the control system upgrades that before were an order of magnitude more, that's something that might be able to be done for a couple $100,000. That was essentially an order of magnitude more a few years ago. And they've sort of changed their approach to how they're updating the computers and things that drive those control systems. So that's what got me thinking that this is a more achievable idea, in terms of looking at the money that would be involved, what we have available, most our own resources. That would open up the ability to at least get us out maybe in 25, and stuff. Like I say, it's not a permanent solution, but it's something that it might allow some flexibility between vessels. Having watched now what's happened to our CRV and its delays for numerous reasons, and having a ship now without a ship for almost a year. It basically, you lose your whole organization, and that's what really concerns me is that, without something to cover that, you have no ability to kind of gracefully transition something over. And all of a sudden, you don't have a crew, you don't have techs, you don't have. So that's why it's got me thinking about that. Also, just looking at the available ships in the marketplace. A couple years ago, had it been, not COVID and things like that, we might have been able to be more flexible. So there's a number of factors. Some are discussions within SF, and that we need to have soon. And but that's about the best I can tell you right now. That's about the best I can tell you right now.
Probably, I bet my computer's probably on. Where's if I move here? Here. Let's stop sharing. There it is.
We're while we're fixing the technical issue, does anyone remember what happened? The transition between the Ewing and the Alexa? Well, what went right. Yeah, that's well. There ended up being a sizable gap there, a couple of years, and stuff. So you did lose a lot of the tech, support. A lot of the crew was heavily involved in the refit, so it was less of an impact on, I would say, half the crew, especially the engineers and some of the senior people. But basically, when the Lanxess started out operations, we had about at least half the crew that was brand new to the vessel, and stuff. So, but yeah, that ended up being a much more. The refit got delayed, and stuff from that, So this is looking back on the history that I've learned since I came in 2010 after all that happened. So a lot of it was I was left to deal with the aftermath. Was it owned by NSF at the time? Well, basically, no, I think the way those things are done is basically Columbia bought the vessel, and then basically the refit is sort of funded through a series of grants. And then at the conclusion of that process, the vessel is then transferred back to Columbia, or SF rather, and it's accepted. So that's the way I think both the Ewing, and so after the Thompson gone, there was another gap, there. You can't always do it and stuff because the Thompson that was met originally was actually planning to come to Lamont for the Conrad replacement, and they ended up losing it in the competition. So there was really no plan for a Ewing. Probably one of the biggest leaps of faith was that Columbia bought the Ewing, and Denny Hayes and those guys convinced the community that this was necessary, and stuff. And so, but there had been no plan for replacement of that at the time. So these things have happened in a little bit different way over time, and stuff. But I mean, certainly watching what's happened. I mean, I kind of want to minimize it as best you can.
Thanks. Yeah, my question is, I guess the idea for the replacement is to be more multi-purpose. I'm wondering, is there a certain percentage of time that's thought about being envisioned for seismic specific operations versus other capabilities, or is that something that's mostly just driven by local science?
It'll be driven by demand, but basically.
John, can you repeat the question?
Oh, the question for Brandon here was, what percentage of time, for the vessel is planned for seismic versus general purpose? For a long time during all the workshops we had, NSF was very clear that they, had about 10 million plus or minus committed to seismic and stuff, for them, and they were committed to continuing that, which under these things would fund. I mean, the issue here always is that NSF funds most of its large vessels about 150 days a year. For the O&R ships, they make up that balance of the other days and stuff like that on the average scenario. What ended up costing the Langsat, I mean, just by way of history for those may not know, is that IODP stopped funding other days on the Langsat that was originally planned in that. And so that's what originally caused a bunch of this crisis, if you will, to begin with. And OI originally had a bigger footprint in the that it ended up having. So the other pillars are kind of the legs of the stool that were meant to fund Langsat didn't exist anymore. And so there was a lot of pressure for us to go out and find other work from USGS, from NOAA, from other groups, commercial, to help fill that gap. And I think looking forward, there's with the loss of the Nord and the Melville getting smaller ships, with the Armstrong and the Ride, there's been a loss of capability in global class vessels. And that's where our discussions with NSF started years ago. And so that's why, could use this vessel, say maybe half-time this week, this year, that other period of time so that it's being used more fully. As the other general purpose vessels that average, 280 days a year, something like that. Kind of ended up doing a little bit of that because we've been taken on because of the rescheduling of all these cruises during COVID, almost 300 cruises that we're still working through. We've ended up picking up some of these other cruises, the loss of the Oceanus out of the mix. And so we've ended up helping, like on the diversity you saw even this year, where we had a 260-day schedule. We could end up with that again potentially next year, with maybe more of it being seismic. But I think that's what you might see moving forward is in 1 year, you might be more heavily weighted this way, and next year, so it kind of depends on where the cruises are and how efficiently you can schedule them, but it allows NSF a lot more flexibility on how they could use the vessel to support their science and stuff. So
Yeah, I guess my question kind of also was, is there a scenario in which it becomes so general purpose that seismic proposals are not given priority and that they're unable to be scheduled because of the competition for
I would love for that to be a problem. And stuff, but I think, that's partly up to you guys, I guess, in terms of what you're proposing. I would say with what being discussed with some of these large initiatives, that's not likely, to be the case. And stuff, but what it does allow for is us to even, what we're seeing is more interdisciplinary cruises like what Ann and Budagle are putting forward, where they want to do coring, and seismic, and other ones we've heard about doing dredging and coring and things like that. It opens up the possibility of doing other science along with seismic. Down in Chile, we deployed AUVs off the boat, let them run around stuff. And these are, got other people at Lamont, like Chris Zappa, that will be able to launch drones off the boat. And some of these you could be doing in parallel, and stuff. So I would like to see us be more multidisciplinary in terms of the type of things we can support.
I was going to say, I'm actually really excited about the coring aspect of this because I did a survey of like what we funded last year in terms of field programs, and the number one thing that was done was coring, because our program also supports Galileo set, and there's a lot of coring there, but also coring. So that's really exciting, especially if there's still discussions about what's going to be going on with IODP, but having some mechanism to collect some of these longer cores really exciting.
What do you envision for the AUDR space? Is that just a general purpose area where band for a submergence facility, or
I think it's a combination. There's definitely some people at Lamont that are interested in AUVs and and stuff in terms of wanting to have more routine capability. I think from an ROV would be more general support, if we're supporting Jason, or a place to stage that some of that equipment and gear and things like that. So we were just again with that model, we were very much just looking at spaces that exist on some of these other large research vessels. Where would we put them if we had this array labs and things to support them in places that are more normal than what we have to do on Langsat in terms of either having lab vans or staging things on 2 or 3 different levels, which can be done, but it's not the way typical stuff works as far as how the water is collected or things like that. Being able to have some of the more built-in capabilities in the lab spaces and stuff that people have desired, and stuff that we have to really do it very ad hoc and add it, on a cruise by cruise basis right now.
So a couple comments online, Sean. One is minimizing the gap between the vessels will be important for the community, especially for early career scientists. I think we all agree about that. And then there's Joanne Stock asked, is there a plan for where to archive more cores if we get a lot more of them? I think we're awfully early in the game for that.
Well, there's certainly some space in Vermont and stuff. The old IODP refrigerated things that underlie the geoscience building. The question is in regards to core storage. And so that incorporates the large dry collection, but there is refrigerated space there that cores have gone into. Again, this would be a nice problem to have. I mean, you could certainly either refrigerate one of those core spaces again. But that's certainly a conversation that could happen if we were able to do that. But there are some other core facilities like the Antarctic Core Facility in Texas and so forth. And
Yeah, NSF supports 4 core repositories.
so Gail just added that NSF supports 4 core repositories now.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Sean. We appreciate it. All right, so next up is Dr. Lindsay is talking about survey. That's
Well, thanks, Doug. So I just have a few slides to kind of start us off as some points of discussion, so we're all on the same page. Yeah, so here's just a little bit of background for this about the survey that we conducted this last summer. So, Sean and Gail at NSF have been asking our community for feedback on future science mission requirements for active source on a Langsat replacement type ship. And so as part of this feedback, the MSROC put together this ad hoc committee that was Andrew, Nathan, and I to put together a survey that would go to the community, just asking what people would like, where people's scientific interests lie. Oops.
I was trying to get rid of this.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I wasn't trying to do it for you.
All right.
Oh. I apologize.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
All right. Again, it's a hard to go backwards here.
Yeah, go to those 3 dots.
There we go.
Those 3 dots there, and then hide.
Yeah.
Down hide there. Make.
All right. Sorry about that.
Are you muted or?
Oh, and then
I think they can hear.
Step. Oh, Lord. Oh, sorry.
I think you're unmuted. Can I? Okay, right. Share. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so Sean and NSF had asked this community for feedback on future active source platforms. So we put together a committee to come up with a survey. And then we sent the survey out to the MSROC list, this an MSROC kind of and friends list, as well as the MG&G NSF list. And it was open for comment for 3 weeks in the summer, and we got 22 respondents. So I think one thing that we should talk about today is how to get more feedback, right? Especially from those people who are earlier in their career. And I also want to focus, so you guys all have the survey and kind of the executive summary that we put together, that Andrew and Shosho and Nathan and I put together. But the survey is, one piece of feedback. And so the hope is to kind of spark some discussion and use that as sort of a jumping off platform right now. So just a couple of figures from the survey, just to, again, get everybody on the same page. So here's a breakdown of our respondents. So most people were faculty or research scientists, and then the demographics skewed heavily towards kind of senior people. So the blue, I don't know if you guys can see, but the blue is 20 plus years past your final degree. And then, there's, I think, maybe one student, that's the green piece of the pie. And then the red was 10 to 20 years past the final degree, and then the orange was less than 10 years. So I think that especially in this room, there's even more people who are in that bucket than answered the survey. So it'll be good to have a discussion after this. The types of science addressed by the people who responded to the survey were heavily weighted on tectonics and structure, a little bit, and then some magnetic and volcanic processes, sedimentology, stratigraphy, some on hazards, and then a little bit on geofluids and climate and cryosphere. One of the things we asked the survey respondents to comment on were, if they had to prioritize some of these capabilities, and these were sort of the main things that we've been talking about in this community, and some of the main things that Sean and Gil have been asking us about were, how would we prioritize our long offset multi-channel seismic? Where would you prioritize the 3D MCS? Where would you prioritize an expanded fleet of active source, short period OBSs? And then where would you put kind of this large N being like hundreds, maybe thousands, seafloor node kind of. So this was sort of how the priority came up, but I do want to point out that there were some strong and compelling comments, in support of more innovative work that you can do with 3D streamers and nodes, and some concerns that, if we just stick with 2D and long offset stuff, great things can be done, but then there's, there could be some stagnation if we're not adopting the technologies. And especially for areas that there's currently kind of framework 2D data, 3D is the next priority for that. And this is one quote from one of the respondents, new advances to really do the cutting edge innovative stuff require a combination of this long streamer as well as large and closely spaced seafloor instruments. So with that, these are a couple of questions that were open-ended in the survey, and I thought we could just, I think this could be a free-flowing discussion. There's not that many here, but I think we can talk about these questions. What are some improvements that are needed to the facilities? Are there improvements or needs that haven't been widely discussed yet? Maybe there's things that we're not thinking of. What are the barriers to pursuing these kind of next capabilities and innovations? How do we get over those barriers? And as well as how to engage larger community and get additional feedback. And one thing with the diagram, for instance, that Sean shared at the end of his presentation, and Donna's question for community input, are there more efficient ways that you can get input from us, or what is your time frame? How soon do you making decisions? And I think another thing we can talk about too is maybe it is time for a workshop, like Donna mentioned on the chat, just before she had to pop off. No, and then John, did you have anything to say before we start discussing?
No, I don't think so.
I'm very grateful to undertook this task. It turned out pretty well and provided us a view, anyway, of few people on what's important in the future, and we have to think about inside MSROC how we expand this station to see where it stands with regard to the other things and funds, but it's worked out very well. By the way. So, thanks.
Thanks to Andrew, and the committee, and then everybody who responded. Thanks.
And Lindsay, I mean, don't forget, there's also the survey that Nathan did,
Yes.
back, that was another NSF, sponsored. There was almost 400 respondents to that. And that came out at a good time, because the other thing that's informing our document is they were starting work on the update of the global mission science requirements for the vessels, because they didn't know they were going to refit the vessels for the AGORs at the time to the extent that they did. So a lot of that happened at the same time. So seismic needs were actually captured in that global mission science requirement document as a requirement. So that actually feeds well from the UNOL side into it. And that's why I was saying, there is a lot of stuff we're building on here. We're not starting from scratch, because a lot of that got captured here over the last several years. And certainly I think John captured a lot of what's going on with the upgrade of the OBS fleet. But, comments on, the active sources, streamers and things like that. We've been adding capability, like we bought some like 9 6.25 sections to complement, what we have. We've been trying to continue to update, our sources and recording systems, but how sources get shot is a whole nother science into itself, and so that's where you see a lot of work with the nodes going on right now, is different styles of shooting, through different nodal arrays and things like that, that might be really of interest to the subduction zone 4D group with the kind of coverage they're talking about. But those type of things, those kind of comments would be really welcome from this group, from an MSC point of view, of things that they would like us to explore, or whatever, but that's why we always kind of keep looking for where we can add capability.
I guess I have 2 thoughts. And both of these have been mentioned today, but I guess I just want to emphasize it. Rapid response capabilities, especially for deploying implementation. It was something that we discussed as an example. When the Chignik event happened, we were out at sea with a ton of robotic seismometers, and we tried to have some discussions about what we could do to utilize some of the broadband instruments that were shipped out from Starlight to the Chignik area, and it just ended up being just way too complex to do. So some set of instruments that were capable of doing rapid response for an event like that would be really great. And then the other thing I just again wanted to emphasize is the having some sort of resource for high res imaging. So the Lancet is an amazing kind of crustal scale tool. That's something that we did. A lot of different universities have small air guns or streamers, and just knowing who has those things and how you can get access to them in one sort of centralized location. Even people, who contact about talk about collaboration, I think would be, a clear and sort of easy first step to getting the resources available to more scientists. But anyway.
I just want to repeat. Morning.
Oh.
So those 10 short period OBSs, they are dedicated to rapid response exclusively.
Yeah.
And they're not quite ready to put in the water just yet.
Yeah.
And the data from those OBSs by order of USGS will be open source.
Yeah,
right?
great. Yeah, that's great.
And I think USGS are certainly open to expanding that data by some ways. No, they're not. That's a whole other slide deck. Universities are very interested and are willing to basically put on some money for rapid response events in areas of interest to the United States, such as US, Samoa, Puerto Rico, etc. But they're certainly open for other work anywhere in the globe, but that would require some medicine.
If I could point out to Marine's other point, and this was mentioned a little earlier, resources like air guns and boomers and sparklers by various institutions, country, well, at least in the United States, I ran into this issue that like university owns something that was really just for the use of those scientists, and they're not in the business of renting it out, and they're not in the business of lending it out. Because then, if somebody lend it out and it gets lost, then how do you deal with that? So if there was a mechanism like an insurance mechanism or something, where the university could lend this stuff out if it got broken or lost, then they could blame it on insurance. So without that, I don't think, even if these things exist all, there's no mechanism to lend them.
Well, we've accomplished both of those. We have a memorandum of understanding with USGS, and we've also done the insurance route, and stuff where someone covers that as well. Like I say, you might want to just repeat some of this.
Yeah, so I'll try to summarize a couple of minutes of conversation. So the first thing that, for those of you playing along at home, so the first thing that Sean mentioned was that there are a lot of kind of community documents, surveys from over the years that also form kind of a broad base for moving forward with some of the platforms. And I think we should maybe again kind of make sure that all that stuff is available for everyone. And I think we have a Google Drive folder, right, Doug, that has a lot of those.
Yes, we do.
Other documents. So maybe we can share that again after this meeting.
Yes.
And then Maureen asked about rapid response OBSs and high-res systems. John Collins mentioned there is a reserved set of instruments that are kind of owned by the USGS and they're owned by WHOI, excuse me, sorry. They're owned by WHOI that are available for rapid response. And, maybe John would be available for more details on that. And then talking about the high-res systems, just again, figuring out a way to more easily kind of share those or get a repository going, just a list of resources. Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, I want to bring up more discussion point related to the third bullet there. Yeah, and first off, just want to say thanks for gathering all this information. It's really exciting to hear from an early career scientist standpoint that there's the opportunity to still hit goals and that there's possibility of extending the next step. I certainly have several ideas that I'm interested in pursuing, for instance, using LinkedIn, and that's encouraging to hear. But in terms of barriers, like one thing besides just the technical capabilities that I hear from everyone, it's been reiterated a lot, is like the permitting sounds like very challenging and like a difficult process to go through. And so I guess I'm thinking of like in terms of the proposals, like I maybe have a science idea in my head, but in terms of the permitting logistics and how that actually goes, it seems like it's intimidating barrier for an early career scientist. So I'm wondering if there's some sort of possibility of like a PI training program, or for instance, like if I have an idea of a science problem I want to pursue in another country, how do I know, could the length set even or length set replacement feasibility go there? Where would you go in and out of port? Is that a doable experiment based off the political environment there? Is it in international waters? What sort of permits do you need to acquire? Like I'm thinking logistically, it seems like there's barriers that seem intimidating to early career scientists. I'm wondering if there's something that could
Call
about that.
Sorry, call me. No, this is why we came to HQ for the whole time I've been here. Is meeting with people when they talk about that. And get together and don't be intimidated. You've never really not gotten a permit, except for off the nuclear power plants in California. They got 6 out of 7. But no, I mean it's work, but it's not something you're so heavily engaged in that part of it as much. But call me, call Holly Smith at NSF.
with any questions, and also we'll talk to the State Department and a whole list on, countries and guidance of when permits are due. So it can be work, but I mean, don't be intimidated by that piece. There's people around to help with those things. So we can certainly try to put that out so it gets out to more early career scientists that, and stuff like that. And as far as like things related to the source, about, what best source or what best streamer to use. Jesus Gatan, our technical service manager, great person to run ideas by in our technical group to plan a project. And also, Anne is a remarkable resource for many years, helping everybody with as far as source requirements. So there is an array of resources out there to the community. Just don't be afraid to ask. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing I can say. Is reach out to your mentors, to your other people. Right? There are ways to get it done, and the operator is a big part of it. And
Yeah, it's not the PI who does.
Sorry, just quickly, the conversation has gone towards permitting, and Sean said, if anybody has a question, contact him.
Good summary. Very concise.
But if you're asking about places you can't go, I mean, there are a few places that it mainly has to do with piracy.
Right.
So there's no-go places that vessels won't go. I don't know if you have those listed.
We have that information. We can point you in the right direction, find that out.
Just one other comment to follow up on that. Yeah, as somebody who's just gone through this whole process with the permitting, like Sean and Polly and everyone, and then exceptionally helpful, and they will get you through something that seems very daunting, and it's amazing. But something that has been more challenging is using, for me anyway, is using much smaller systems than the line set, particularly at USGS, or maybe some of other portable systems that are available at other universities. Trying to navigate the permitting space for that is much more challenging. So I'm not sure, like maybe Sean, you can comment on that, or like the academic.
well, the one good thing that's happening at NOAA and NIMS is that they're starting to create tiers to try to align themselves more with industry. And so they're starting to become a little more clear what constitutes low energy and has a certain set of requirements and so forth.
Yeah,
So,
they were working on that.
yeah, it's starting to become clear, but I think that hopefully should start, things of a certain volume, smaller, certain other alternative sources. And I think that will help clarify that space a little bit, as far as what needs even to be considered for a permit or not. But again, Holly Smith is an incredible resource of information for any of those things. Obviously, Carolyn Rappel works very close with Holly on these, and they just went out and calibrated a bunch of these sources to satisfy NIMS requirement, which is a huge community service for those that haven't been involved in stuff, because that's been a big issue as well.
Yeah, and there was a lot of concern in them for a little while that they weren't sure if we would be able to use small sources anymore, and the permitting would be sort of prohibitively expensive or whatever. So that's good. That's a good update. They're making progress on that. Did you have something?
All right, well, if you considered, we do your early career scientist cruises on a lot of other ships, and aimed at a lot of other aspects of the whole oceanographic community. For example, they're working on now a cruise in a Sikuliak for Arctic scientists. Is it worthwhile considering for this community for this kind of work to do that, to help train the future chief scientists? Because what we do is we sit down, UNO's office actually spends time with you talking about cruise, ship time requests and all that, and it transitions into cruise planning, and then it transitions into carrying out a cruise. I don't know if it's something you've thought about.
So I've heard that there have been discussions in the past about this with MG&G, and the Langseth day rate is too high to do a early career scientist training cruise, like you might do on some other vessels. But
if you're using it.
right now it was too high. So but
the Coast Cruise was a good example where they did that. Steve Holbrook.
Okay. Thanks.
But I mean, as far as having a meeting, with Holly, with the U.S. State Department, with those players, early career scientists, we're eating
wanted to have a meeting like that, that's something that could be easily done to discuss source, streamer, permitting, State Department doesn't, they want to understand the network around their projects. That is something you could do.
You could do a town hall. We've talked about doing town halls for various things, and with Zoom, it's so easy. You could do a town hall for early career scientists or seismic.
And the OBS could also be part of that.
Yeah, great.
I just wanted to bring up another family rule that I think is very unfair. It's that when you access, you cannot acquire any specific data outside of the profile. So is there any way we can push?
That is changing. So, yeah, there has been some recent progress like transits to and from the work there.
Yeah, but once we start and we're like in the survey box.
Usually within the survey box, it's not so much an issue. It becomes a matter of time relative to everything else that's going on. Because usually it's a contingency rather than a primary goal because of all the other work that's part of it. But I mean, the transits have been a big thing, especially where there's long transits to and from locations. That was never allowed, but they seemingly are not pushing on that anymore.
But in the IHM, they also say that.
Within the survey box, it's never really been an issue to do that. But what you have to do is propose that part of the project, where it becomes an issue if you start to do a survey after you've already done everything else you're going to do. You need to build it into the survey plan from the beginning. Stuff. It can't be just done as an add-on because you have an extra day or two or something you just want to use to define. So it needs to be something that they analyze for. Because what they don't allow right now, the reason for that is that they consider the source, the seismic source, to overwhelm all the other multi-beam and everything else. So if you don't have the main source on, you then have to analyze for every sonar on the vessel and do takes and stuff like that. And that is something that NSF said we are not going to do. So that has been the bigger issue behind it, is that all those other minor sources are not considered when you have the seismic source on. That's all it's analyzed for.
Vix, are you on the online? Can you see if there's any comments?
You gonna summarize that?
Yeah. So I had a survey, and one thing that was surprising is that it's like 22 people respond. These are large facilities, and you would want to have a wider community engaged. And I think the last bullet there is important for the school. Because people need to find ways to engage.
To that point, how are you defining the community?
Yes.
Right? Does the community just people who get funded by NSF? Or does the community include other great scientists like USGS, ONR?
I think it's anyone. And so that's why he's worrisome. Out of this larger base, we only get
I think the timing is bad.
time is really bad, but we probably do need it's more.
I think a lot of money players and
Yeah.
This is also this group is heavy focused. And so trying to engage within the community that gets funded by NSF, like oceanographers and things that get funded by NSF, biologists or something, looking for a community outside of NSF funding. So those are different strategies, right? Like we're just talking about active source seismic.
When Nathan did his survey back in 1960, he engaged anybody from scientific data. And it wasn't about people going out. That engages a broad variety of people. That's why he met about survey, but more about data. I think that's a great, that's a great way of keeping it, because at that point, you're making your facility relevant to what, why science.
And that was the
right?
argument.
So, and so that makes it, very important. Because if you're only, make it relevant to people that are going to be using it, then it's really like and it's not really useful.
But I mean, this was the survey was very specific. It was what were the capabilities of a vessel? So.
But they,
There might-
the vessel, for example, we want to open it up for the biology or,
But that's not what the survey was for.
Our committee, Sean asked our committee for comments on the seismic.
Right.
Active source.
Period.
But the active source seismic activity might be relevant to the oceanographers that image the water. So that's my point. How many oceanographers are, responding to this if we don't think them?
Are they on the, that was my question. What is the larger?
So that's my point. So that we are thinking in terms of technology, only the one that targets a certain object, right? That maybe we need to take forefront. Or these facilities, or these groups, it's gonna get shrinking. Sorry. I don't agree, but we need to. And there is a lot of people out there, science, they use technology.
That and also the big core, the long board. Yes. I mean, that's a, so is that part of this larger community? Or so we're talking about like replacement of a mindset that has the boarding capabilities?
But then perhaps that's
talking about supporting the ship or supporting just the large size. No, yeah, also other niches in the product. Yeah. So that means, so to me, the larger community would be the marine, anyone who uses marine. It's just a bit, but to Gail's point, I said it was geared specifically to certain things. I'm not criticizing the survey. What is the larger? That could, they could come back with a voice and say, oh yeah, this, even though I'm not a seismologist, this reflection seismic profile is very helpful.
Right, I mean, so this was, the purpose is to help Sean decide what the priorities are for this vessel, which you can see in that deck plan. So is there information that's gonna come out of like the oceanography community that's gonna change the fact that we need seismic profiling? I guess
it might not, so.
I mean, I think you're talking about a whole different survey.
Yeah, I think
You're talking about a survey
it's a good
to,
question.
yeah, to get information on, who
That's
uses
a-
Let me ask you one-
Recoup
one-
there.
Let me ask you, like,
And
we know how
larger
many
community.
people are now. That use this.
Right. I mean, I think it's more than 22 people. I think that was kind of like, right, like, we had 22 people respond. How could we get 40 people to respond? I mean, I think that there's people that we looked at the list of people who responded and we could I could name 10 people who didn't, so it's that kind of thing. But, so that larger community, and then obviously the bigger one, but.
Well, we could probably, within the people in this room, we could probably make a list of anybody who knows how to deal with size. But there's probably less than 6, 8 people in the world. Yeah. I mean, those are the people who want to survey, to find out what the deck plan should be. Right? But those aren't the people to survey to say, what is your general interest in having large size?
I guess. But I guess that there are two different questions here. So there is where we are in the rural activity. So, and where we are is that we have a fairly narrow community that you really are therefore can inform the decisions that Sean is making. And that's the point that you make. And we want to make sure that we hear from as many as possible. That's what it means. That's good. That's point number one. And then how do we engage all of them, many of them? And the second one is that how do we increase that? Because obviously 22 or 30 is not big enough to facility that is business.
Well, and then wondering based on that,
you mentioned the number of bursts. Is there a certain percentage that you're thinking for a science party? Because it seems like the current capabilities doesn't make sense. People only bring limited amount of scientists on board. So if you want to increase the community, a big part of that might be applied to sale programs, being able to bring people on board.
I mean, that's why we want to increase the first. I mean, we have a reasonable number, you know, for in the low 50s, you know, but by increasing that, we bring more students out. We're not increasing tax or other things, you know, what we're doing is increasing the capability to bring. But I mean, it's like, you know, I often compare this to like running aspects. You don't need 1,000 of them. You need 20, 30, 40 people who are really good at it, that are collecting the data on behalf of their students, their community, and their ongoing community, in the future, you know, and stuff. You don't need 1,000 people collecting data, you know, and stuff, especially if that specialty nature. But that data, once it's out there, takes on a life of its own, you know, and stuff. But I mean, you know, so I think it's true of other areas of specialty.
But there is a big gap between collecting the data and the because processing can take forever, and that's
You got to work on that. You got to speed that up.
Is there an effort to try and use standard processing as part of all experiments? That is always there, and that's the data that's archived? Or
you could, on a 2D level stuff, I mean, that's more feasible. You know, at least to some first level, you could certainly do that. I mean, it's more common done in industry. In fact, they'll have an entire 3D survey done before you get back to short run. So I think there are things we can look at on that end of things, you know, and stuff where maybe some investment in that to produce more to broadly do that. So there are
make a data product instead of just for raw data.
That's at that point, it seems like that's the way that these surveys that get thought. Also, that the amount of time it takes to process these data is far longer than.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of them have gone out to industry shops now to do it. But I mean, just talking to people at PGS, they'll be streaming that data off the vessel. It's literally first cousin stuff before they even get back to shore, you know, and stuff there. So
I think a lot of them is very slow. Is in part due to a lack of transfer of knowledge and issues, especially within groups and between groups. We need a lot of room for just the instant processing, giving these things up, and then that's marketing. It's very, very slow for a student to start. 2-3 years away from this. But after they learn to do it, they can spend months something. That's maybe it's
well, and Steve Holbrook thought the same thing, and that's why he got engaged in things like the Coast Cruise. He did a workshop at one of these meetings, AGU, where he brought in people that were using open source seismic to sort of demonstrate that it was easy to kind of get these data sets into a work environment. But I agree. I mean, there's no reason this community could self-organize around more early career training type things, because I think it varies by the institution that people are at, how much they're being exposed. And we see it on the ship. Sometimes the ship becomes that microcosm where they actually get a lot of experience in a short period of time. You know, so, and certainly the number of people we're bringing out, even though maybe one PI, they bring 10 or 15 people out, 20 people out. You know, you're exposing a lot of people. You got an average year for OBS programs and everything else. People are bringing a lot of people out, you know, and stuff. So sometimes it's just the experience to see as well, you know, and stuff.
I still think it's way too long, what you said, for process of data set. It's the lifetime of a PhD. That's crazy.
I just want to shout out Anne's materials from the ENAM stuff, where she did the workshops for MCS processing, and then Harm did the workshops for the refraction processing, are still being widely used and everything. So it's not just Steve, it has been like.
No, there's definitely, he was somebody that when I first came on, you know, was really trying to push a lot of this kind of efforts to help people over those initial hurdles.
And maybe there's a need for regular training that doesn't happen once. Doesn't happen every 8 years. It would be good if there was some sort of yearly program where 1 year you focus on multiple suppression, 3 years you focus
That would be amazing. I think a lot of people that have spent time, actually, like a lot of people. I mean, you know. So one of the problems we bring up that we're discussing with the board is that, in a way, there is, by making this a very specialized facility, we are, so by making.
You guys. You got what you need. You have what you need.
I mean, I think I wanted this to get the community to realize that there is a vision for replacement. I think that was cut out. I mean, I think the main thing is
Yeah.
So how do we expect?
Point, I think you forget where you want to time what you're doing. You have to concept. You're good where you got right now. You don't need to do details a couple down the road.
You hit my slide.
Yeah, when we get to that, I'm ready to put them up, so.
Lost control. But it could just.
What's that?
It could just-
Yeah.
Well, was there anything else on the agenda? There was.
John wants to talk about one thing.
We kind of jumped on something.
Yeah, we're kind of going into everything.
Hey, hold on one second, guys. So I think that this is really fruitful, and this is a little bit off the buildings of basement talk, and maybe more onto like some future training stuff. But there's people online that it's been hard to like summarize what we've been talking about. But also, you know, I don't know if Shosho's still online, but she spent a lot of time looking at the survey and also entered it. So I don't know if Shosho, if you have any comments on the survey or like ways to move forward, and then maybe Andrew has some thoughts too.
Yeah, maybe you could stop.
Thanks for the opportunity, Lindsay. I was I have been trying to listen to the discussion online, but I couldn't really hear very clearly. So yeah, as a committee, like we when we designed the survey, like
Shosho, are you talking? We can't hear you.
oh.
I don't hear it all though. Let's make sure.
Hold on, that one.
She says she. Oh. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hear you.
Oh, great. Yeah, thanks, Lindsay, for the opportunity. So I think Lindsay has summarized pretty well for our survey. One thing like I may like add on is like we do plan to seek more feedback from early career scientists. I feel like one thing like our survey, we sort of didn't have enough time, like 3 weeks in the summer, like maybe people were traveling or like doing field work, was not like a very long time to get people's feedback. I feel like the smaller number of people that we got from the survey was not that representative, especially for early career scientists. I personally do know a lot more people working on the active source seismic. So like I think Lindsay, like maybe you have mentioned before, we do plan to seek more feedback, especially for the early career scientist community. And so we hope to get more input from them. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Shosho. And then, oh, Joanne has a message in the chat. Oh, I think Joanne had posted a little while ago about the rapid response question, looking to pre-arranging permits with Mexico or Chile. Part of because of SC40. So cool.
Mexico, good luck.
Yeah. And yeah, Andrew also spent a lot of time with the survey and going through it. So I don't know if you have.
I think you've covered the points really well, and I agree with those.
So I think we'll leave the communication lines open. I mean, we can try to keep more, if people have reflections and thoughts on it after this meeting, I don't know what people should do. Put them on that Google Drive, email me or John or Doug, or Sean.
I emailed everybody this document too, so.
Okay.
Capture the document.
Yeah.
It's a Google Doc, so it's a good spot to capture it all.
But I think, resending the survey out to an early career scientist.
Yeah.
Yes, or if you know them, to put it back out to people and say they're free to respond.
Yeah.
You have a little more open-ended or set some deadline.
Yeah, so we could resend the survey out as is, or we could edit it slightly, but yeah, we could, I can talk with Shosho and Nathan and Andrew maybe about that, and John about that. It's a good idea.
But, I think we talked about it for a little bit while you were here. So I think, seems to me, Sean's in a good spot what he needs at this point for the general size, capability, general layout of the ship. So it's a dual, something that he's finding out it's a doable thing as a concept. So he can keep going where he's going. The details will get fleshed out in the next couple of years.
Probably sooner than that, probably, but we'll be coming back to this group.
Yeah.
Stuff that we develop things, and if there comes points of conflict or questions, that's, what we're gonna come back with.
I guess I was just confused because it was mentioned earlier about the possibility of like active source short period instruments being permanently housed on the wing set. Is that something that's like for sure, or going to be part of the plan?
No, there's nothing for sure. But I think in terms of being a cost-effective model for doing active source ODS work, that makes sense to me, right? We don't ship ODSs out there. It's basically stay on the line set replacement and line set text deploy. I think that would be a cost saving for Edison.
Yeah, and I would just highlight them in terms of the capabilities. It seemed like it would be really advantageous to, it's good that their battery life is pretty good to be able to deploy all of like many nodes or instruments down and then do all the shooting and then recover later instead of this recover, shoot, deploy, shoot, recover, then deploy, shoot, recover.
Yeah, you could put them all down, and I was thinking like 2 months is probably a decent cruise duration right, before you need to recharge.
Yeah.
And my point about the drop, recover, drop is if that was a model that worked for the particular science objectives, you wouldn't have to recharge in between drops.
Just to follow up on that, sometimes we've done 2-ship experiments where one of the source ship was deploying instruments and creating them. Do you think it'd be possible to move this answer?
Yeah, I definitely think you definitely need to do that. That you can lift a container off with 50 of those guys and put them down on the back deck of whatever, and you just need power and you're good.
Okay. All right, well, I'll let us move on.
All right, thanks, Lindsay. All right, so the last thing we've got really kind of on a kind of planned is John is going to give a short presentation. You gonna come here and do it, John, or?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go back and share again. Do we need a break for a few minutes first? All right,
Quick break.
5-minute break. Okay. I see everybody running away. So we'll be back at about 3:30 our time.
It won't take terribly long to finish up.
Okay.
So this works for advancing.
Yeah, all I gotta do is actually just click there, right there. All right. We're gonna get it restarted again. And you should still be good.
Good. Okay. This is gonna be a fairly short presentation thing, but I'm rather than looking back at the things in the past, looking a bit into the future here about how we may be doing things somewhat differently in the not distant future. So I hope this will work. I'm currently the chair of MSROC, but as I mentioned this morning, I will be stepping down for Lindsay in May. At any rate, to start, some of you have seen this. This is a global picture. It's not confined to the ocean at all, but it does show the location of very broadband seismometers around the planet that comprise the global seismic network. And those are 1,600 or 160 degree. Let's see what is. These circles are 1,200 kilometers in diameter, and it's the darker and redder is the number of stations in that particular site. So you see in North America and Europe, it's actually red, which means there's within 10 degrees, there are 9 seismometers in those areas. But as you look at the island here, you see there's 1. And most of the planet, in fact, is not represented at all. And so part of the future lies in expanding the observations we have on land into observations in the oceans. The global seismic network, literally. This is, has anyone seen this figure before? Paper in Science by Wenbo Yu, who was at Caltech at the time and is now in Georgia. Pardon?
He's now at Woods Hole.
Oh, he is at Woods Hole, okay. But he did an experiment with repeating earthquakes in the northern Indian Ocean, and this is what's shown here. That station is called DGAR over at the left is one of the GSN stations that's operated by Scripps, and is on land, that is the island Diego Garcia. DGAR is the name of the global seismic network station, and these repeating earthquakes occur because of the subduction of the Australian plate under Asia. And most of you may not be familiar with repeating earthquakes, but they are essentially absolute matches from one event to another. And it's fairly common that this happens. Lots of students here, and the work they did comprises observations over 20 years. They collected the data and measured the travel times over a 20-year period. And it has had any kind of real propagation of earthquake signals in the on Earth. Some of them are in the ocean as T waves, and then of course the body waves remain in the elastic part of the Earth, and that's shown here as well. But they successfully measured this and the level of warming in this area using this technique, and he's pointed out many other places on Earth where this could be done, particularly if there were stations on the ocean. So you can do climate projects with this thing, using this particular technique. The surprising thing was that looking at where the 2 decades of the temperature of the ocean derived from the T phases is that it was much larger and much more coherent than had been anticipated. They also compared it to a representation of the ocean from the Argo floats. You may be familiar. They float and dive and float at major temperature. But the result from the seismic observations were that the actual change in temperature is more than twice that was derived from the climatology from the Argo stations. These things are individual stations, and there are a lot of them. There are about 3,500 of them now, but they still have inadequate resolution really to understand how the ocean is warming. And seismology can do this with that same technology, with the technology that that was used by Wu. So this is an important thing to think about in the future. The Navy is interested in autonomy, and there's some interesting quotes here. There's a new autonomous ship they call Mariner, and it's an autonomous ship, a sort of autonomous ship, and I'll show you a picture of it here in the future. But they are involved in building autonomous ships at this point for the very same reason that we have problems finding people to go to sea now that we haven't had to face before. The Navy has had this problem for a very long time, and they have a hard time managing and manning their ships as well. And one way to avoid that is to look at autonomous ships. And this is a picture of the Mariner, which is the newest autonomous, but you can see it has a bridge and it has room for a few people, but there's a red button, they call it, that if the ship gets into trouble, the crew can take over and solve the problem. This is tied up in Annapolis, which happens to be my alma mater, and it will be moving through the Panama Canal to San Diego, where the other autonomous ships are in the near future. This gives you this is a photo alongside the ship, and it has a very large fantail, much like the ship that you just showed, which provides potentially a good vehicle to test autonomous deployment of seismometers, for example. And this is in the future, if we're going to have a lot of global quality seismic stations, we're going to have to reduce the costs of all the manpower that it takes to move these things to sea, put them on the sea floor, recover, repair, and so on, and do this autonomously. And because it's coming to San Diego, for us, it looks like an opportunity to really get some time in on testing deploying OBSs and recovering them. And so that's the real goal there. This is the Seawolf. It's an autonomous vehicle, literally. There are no people on it. It's made primarily of plastic, and it was built by a yacht maker in Oregon, who's now out of business. He got COVID he didn't get COVID, but he got COVID dead. They just lost the market basically. And this is a figure of the Sea Hunter in San Diego, and that's me and and Bruce Applegate, Peter Wooster, who does thermometry with acoustics, Peter Mikulewski, who works at Leidos, and that's the company that actually built all these autonomous ships. And as you can see, it's an interesting ship. It's being used a lot by the Navy. They successfully sent it to Pearl Harbor and back autonomously, and it worked. And then both of them, and the ship I just showed you is going to be in San Diego as well. So for us, it presents a possible ship for testing some of these things. If you've heard of Martin Rappa, before, this is a drawing he did for me some time ago about how an autonomous ship might be stacked with OBSs and a gantry and so on for moving these things to sea. And to launch an OBS is almost trivial to do autonomously. Getting them back is a little bit harder, but I think it's a doable do. And in the future, it could provide a real opportunity for reducing the costs. This is an autonomous vessel. Some of you may recognize it. It's a sea glider. It was now manufactured by Boeing, and this is used by Mark Zumberg at Scripps doing the geodesy work off the Cascadia and so on, using this. And so we use the same system. We've used this before to move data from the seafloor to the glider to the satellite and back to the lab with a latency about 120 seconds. So it's a viable way to move data around. Boeing did a very good job of re-engineering the liquid robotics package. You see a lot of things that look kind of like copper here. It doesn't have the real problems with biofouling that we did in the past. And it does make it possible to move data from the seafloor up. This is a figure that comes from the Oceanography magazine about a year ago. And it shows an observatory on the ocean floor with a glider up at the top and telemetry to the satellite. And there are several different instruments on the bottom. That gray round thing is associated with the geodetic measurements that are being made today with Mark's approach and transponders. There's a seismometer over on the right-hand side with lots of batteries in it, and there's an AUV. Now, one of the disadvantages of telemetry data from the ocean is it's slow, and we can 4 channels. We can move data from the seafloor to the lab at frequencies of a hertz or less. But we can't move all the data at the high end of this thing to the ocean, back to the ocean. So John was developed a blue-green light approach to moving large amounts of data, and that's what that AUV is supposed to be there. John and I were both authors with about 50 other people on this oceanography thing. But the advantage of the AUV and blue-green data transfer is you can move large amounts of data from the seafloor to the AUV and then back to the ship, so that while there is continuous access to the data, this would allow all the data during a long deployment time to be brought back as well. So there are solutions to these things about approach is that many of these functions of these systems can be combined, getting rid of a lot of the things. You see, there is a pressure gauge included in this, and this was talking about hazards and what we are doing in the oceans to deal with hazards. But it's possible to think of this as a major part of research, I think, in the future. But all these things in a way can be combined, because the glider on the surface, of course, is receiving data from GPS or GNSS, all the combined systems, and provides very accurate time at the sled. But because we're telemetering data continuously, there's always acoustic waves moving back and forth here. It's possible to measure the travel time many times every second over the course of several years, so that we can do the geodesy part of this in real time and get Earth movement, detection of tsunamis or things that we don't even know about yet, back to the ship. This one is kind of a fun thing. This is a tsunami chirp recorded on a differential pressure gauge at the top there at about 1/10 of a hertz. You see the tsunami that was generated in St. Charles Islands some years ago now, and an aftershock far to the right of this. But down here you see this chirp, low frequency to high frequency at about 100th of a hertz here. So this chirp shows up every time there is a tsunami and is readily detected, let's say, with an AI approach on the surface. We always know that we have a tsunami from the observations generally, because of the systems that NOAA puts in the ocean, and then we know it's a big earthquake near a subduction zone or something. But there may be other occasions in which tsunamis are generated that we don't know about, and so being able to continuously examine the data through time, through the telemetry, allows us to probably learn a lot more about Earth. This was a concept drawing of a very broadband seismometer that Martin Rapa did as well. It shows an OBS and the pressure and the flotation system. We have a copy of this now. This is a figure or a photo we took a couple of months ago as this arrived, and it shows the seismic package that we were talking about. It can also be a geodetic observatory. This is a side view, and that's the view from the front. And like the most of the other OBSs we designed, it basically on the seafloor drops the seismometer. In this case, have a very broad band 360 seismometer on the seafloor, and it has shielding all around to reduce the amount of flow noise that we see. Worked a lot with nanometrics on this over the years. It began with the trying to figure out a good way to reduce the costs of or the energy associated with the digitizing system on the OBSs, and they worked closely with us, and the result was the Pegasus, which is now used broadly in all the new instruments we're building. And we were about to receive the first version of the the 360, which is shown. We have used in the past for setting this on the seafloor, but has a natural frequency of 360 seconds, which is a very broadband system comparable to the stations that are on land and the GSM. One other thing that is interesting in the long run is I showed you a photo that had Peter Michalewski in it, but he wrote a paper with others in 2020 showing how you can use acoustic sources in the ocean for not just thermometry, but also for the purposes of having an underwater GPS system. And he looked at, they did an experiment with a system about 1,500 kilometer area in the Philippine Sea with a couple of sources. And the result of the paper was that you could locate in that 1,500 kilometer system area, you could measure the position of a submerged vehicle to about 32 meters. And that's continuously. So in the future, you don't have to wonder where your AUV is if we install systems like this in the ocean, and some of them will be fairly temporary. Nevertheless, it's a kind of a technology I think we need to think about in the future and take advantage of. This may not be as important as seismology as some of the other things, but this being able to have navigability in submerged systems like Argo, for example, would be a big boon for these systems. As I mentioned, we did work with Nanometrics on the data logger, and there is an ocean version of that now, which we have been, and Woods Hole has been using regularly for collecting data. But one of the advantages of the system for us is that it's possible to segment the high frequency data by using the data logger. If you want 50 hertz data for an hour and a half to look at some phenomenon that may or may not have occurred, that data system actually is built to segment the data to the surface by acoustics as well. You have to drop the 1 hertz data for that period of time, but that's not for very long. A few glimpses of may not have thought about, but I certainly have, and I think there's a great opportunity in the future for many more kinds of measurements that we aren't making today. So that's the summary of what I think some of these things may look like in the future. So questions, if any? Yeah.
On a question, I think we can do a huge amount in the oceans, and we've done onesies and twosies of this, that, and the other. I think the way to make significant progress is to develop real workflows and to do this at scale. We haven't been able to do that yet because we don't have funding for it. But we've demonstrated so much of this technology to make the next step up. I think we need to develop a workflow to do these things at scale. Otherwise, they just go away, right? Which is what's happened in the past. We do new tech, and And they just, it doesn't come, we do them once, we do them twice, and that's it. You just need to be brave.
Yeah, I think
No, I'm serious, that's what we need to do.
having an honest to God GSM that extends into the oceans, I think, is fundamentally a huge, big thing for geophysics in general and seismology in general. And we're acquainted with both of them because we run a third of the global seismic network at Scripps, and the USGS operates the other 2/3. And those are all there for reasons of national security as well, and nuclear test ban treaty issues and so on. But that's one of the reasons the GSN itself was created in the first place back in the 50s, was to allow us to understand for science.
Yeah, the user community demands higher and higher sample rates all the time. We started looking at new phenomena, right? And so when we first started building OBSs under OPSIC, it was 20 samples per second. Now we do everything at 100 samples per second. And so there's more and more data, and we're going to put more intelligence on the OBSs in the near future. That is the way it's going to go, right? To somehow extract all the useful information in the OBS and then send that up, whether it's optically or acoustic. That is the way it's going to happen.
Well, and you guys touched on this a little bit earlier in the concept, Brandon's talking about processing the 2D data automatically or whatever, but it seems to me, when you talk workflow, you're talking about that kind of built-in processing of that data. So it's almost yielding data products back along the lines of OI and some of the things they've been looking at to users. So it informs policy, it informs all these things, but you have to show that immediacy, I think, to get buy-in on this, and stuff for.
Yeah, but things are getting lower power all the time. I mean, because it takes power in the OBS to do something, right? So you're trading off, smarts in the OBS versus time on line, or versus size of the OBS, whatever that triangle is.
That brings me to a thing that I forgot to mention, is that a given chip lifetime is about 2 years now. And unless you pay attention continuously to improvement and modification, you get way behind. And I think that happened in the not distant past, that we weren't looking carefully enough, but there needs to be a continuous ongoing effort in physics and geophysics here to stay up with the available technology of the time in order to save money, for one thing, and to produce much better data for use in the future.
And I think a classic example of that is the US transportable array, which evolved over the course of its lifetime. Thanks to Bob Busby, et cetera. It's the seismometers changed and the way of delivering data.
Yes.
You mentioned one of the major problems in this endeavor, which is getting information up.
Yes.
But the other half of that is getting power down. I mean, insights on the power harvesting or anything from there. Obviously, batteries are getting better and better, but it would be nice if that was not a limitation.
Yeah, we've worked with a number of people. I mean, using a thermocline, for example, is a favorite of a small company in San Diego, but one of the problems working with that particular system is there has to be a power cord that runs down to the package on the seafloor, which complicates enormously the launching of the thing in the first place, or the recovery when it's over. So I think in the future, as physics advances, we will find ways to harvest small amounts of energy to provide the system, and it ought to be a major undertaking really at a place like the NSF and the Navy. And I think they all are, but at a more rapid level to develop these systems that might provide freedom from lithium batteries. That's
some
a-
MIT investigators now harvest power in very small amounts, like, coating their systems with small little pieces of piezoelectric crystals, right? So, they're making use of the ambient sound, to generate a voltage. So you can imagine, coating all our OBSs in piezoelectric skin, but that's a little, maybe, I'll be retired. But we got a dream.
So I think that ends pretty much our planned topics. So there are other things people want to talk about, or issues or questions or things they want to bring up for discussion. we've touched on a lot of things today, but now it's kind of like I can probably turn this off too, so that'd be nice. So anyway, any other issues or things people want to bring up today, or do we just want to kind of talk about action items that came out of this real quick?
No,
What? No?
I don't.
Okay, anybody else? Questions, or everybody signed off? Everybody's ready for a week? Sure, good idea. Let's see.
I think the action item I saw was a town hall would be really good. So I think it'd be something about MCS and permitting or ship time requests.
Happy to do that.
And maybe give an update. Yeah, Tom can give an update.
There are various community updates. You can set that. Hopefully update.
But yeah, an update on things on the places. I mean, people have seen it if they go to UNOL, so they come here, but that's kind of a small group.
Well, we can certainly help with doing that, put it together. All right.
But one thing that is happening that I didn't mention, but ONR now once again created an NPG and then the program is funded. They won't be asking to consultants and so on for another year, but that's a program that did so what's going on is, how I got my PhD through ONR, and their support C4 seismology a long time ago, but they again found a need for a program. So that's I think an encouraging thing. It's another.
And they've also expressed interest in non-seismic stuff, such as active survey, autonomous vehicles collecting multimedia bathymetry, which basically we're doing right.
Which is a no-brainer.
Yeah. So they seem to have a broad interest, not a narrow.
Probably most of the people in this room know that science and plate tectonics and processes is the opposite.
Helen asked online, with regards to the town hall, what would be an appropriate venue to encourage broad attendance, particularly for early career attendees? Virtual, standalone, tacked onto a different meeting, something else?
The ones we've done lately have just been standalone, virtual, like 1 hour, over. Yeah. Well, they're well attended.
That's really easy.
Yeah, it's real easy to do, and
You don't have to.
it's not a big time commitment.
Okay, well, we can
do that right away.
But it takes a little while to prepare.
It does. We could, it's the kind of thing that you
Do it right now.
I have a question about the long cords.
Yeah, I'll roll down. Hang on. Yeah.
I don't really with that, getting more information, but this system that a lot of people are working on, I don't know if that's neat.
Okay.
It's one that they've been working with the French group for this research vessel. I'll see if I can find out if it has these. I mean, it's just it's a long piston core, you know, gravity core capability, but I don't know if the system has a name.
One thing another thing I should have mentioned. In my talk is that seismometer that I showed you has. The system that I showed you on the seafloor that the yellow thing has a lifetime of 3 years. So these will be deployed for 3-year periods. The Pegasus thing has expanded a lot of the older instruments to a year and a half, but 3 years is a long time, and it's great because it provides a lot of very useful data over that period of time, but you don't get to move it for except every 3 years. So it's this long. The power savings are allowing us to make much longer deployments. Scientists are using our county on access to these systems in shorter periods of time. So it's an issue that has to be addressed.
Other things or topics people want to talk about or issues. Everybody spent continue meetings. Sure.
I don't know if we can in this meeting, but I really liked the idea of trying to do some sort of like training or accessible training for OBS and MCS processing periodically. I'm not sure if there's like an action item or point for, I don't know, or follow-up that we can recommend on that, because anyway, this seems like a relatively easy thing to do, and I think it would really help. Yeah.
What have you done in some of the other committees? Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Also, we're going to organize NCS processing workshop and OBS production workshop. Okay. In a couple of years. Okay. That's a great start. Yeah. Open tools for all the guys and this. Okay. Yeah, it's like the last time I talked with NCS was, you know, a couple years ago, whatever. You know, it's just, I think a lot of people be interested and, you know, I think that it's great to have.
Great. Other. Okay, hang on.
Oh, that's true. Oh,
Oh.
question in the chat.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thanks. I have a few action items that came up with from this is, we need to get encourage feedback on the obstacle OS white paper. So we could put a reminder out to the community about that, before the white paper back out to folks and asking about feedback on that. Yes, I know Jim was asking about that earlier on. There was a discussion about trying to dig up or reinvigorate the inventory of portable seismic gear and communicating that throughout the community better. So I take that as an office action item for now. I've got a lot of history. John Albert's actually kept a lot of history, so I'll dig that up. Okay.
Put forward a kind of a center idea.
Okay.
So there was a lot of work done on that. Part of those proposals.
Okay, I actually wrote myself at one thing, is just keep the SC 4D topic as a regular thing coming up in these meetings. I think it's a good thing. That initiative moves ahead just for updates and things like that. The regional plan, is there something more you do from the community, this committee on the regional plan right now?
Yes. A regional plan.
Okay.
It hasn't been updated beyond where it's at. So this group really needs to be the one that looked at the opposite subcommittee and ever to really flesh that out beyond where we're at.
Because right now it says till 2024 in the Atlantic, right? So does that mean you want to think beyond 2024 now and what you want to do as far as for supporting the Langseth replacement and if the Langseth is extended?
Lindsay, are you volunteering? Oh. Like, you know, for sure there won't be a gap, but, yeah.
And some of those are resolved sooner than later, if you think about it, because we, like I said, you would have to have buy-in from the facilities group and then staff, and we would have to lay out what we were trying to do and how long would that do it. So that's something we're working on internally right now. But I think even for like proposals now, I don't know what the price of this is, 24, it's kind of somewhat fuzzy right now, depending on what decisions get made on things, but. So for people considering something by next spring, I guess, you know, you're gonna have to keep in close contact with them about these ideas, so, you know, how far afield when they say adjoining seas, I don't know what that could encompass.
Well, the adjoining seas, I think, was meant for Gulf of Mexico, Mediterranean. But yeah, it's the regional plan. It's really tied with extending the Langseth or replacement for Langseth, right? So we take it on faith that that's going to happen and put out a regional plan. I mean, we wouldn't fund anything until we were sure.
I think it's worth something thinking about, again, in the context, I think, of future proposals. I mean, I got, you know, people know that there's going to be more interest driven elsewhere. I mean, those are discussions to have with. Doesn't necessarily need to announce it, but I think this group needs to be thinking along those lines.
Is it good for any kind of statement to the community to keep putting proposals in? I mean, I know it's a lot of work to write proposals, you know, I'm not downplaying how much work it is,
I
but.
mean, so right now, I mean, we put out the announcement that we're still accepting proposals.
Right.
So where, if the Langseth wasn't extended, if there wasn't a replacement, I mean, we could only accept proposals through the spring. Because of the permit. So it's really tied with. Okay.
Yep.
But I mean, a survey of where people are thinking, that's something that makes sense. So we.
Well, it sounds like what the committee needs to do is talk about that and how do you start thinking about beyond what's already there, right? So if you have the capabilities like a Langseth replacement or the Langseth's continued, where would you go do science or what needs to be answered, right? Is that what you're trying to say? So at least start with that. So it's MSROC needs to do that, come down together and go out and survey the community to figure that out. Is that what I hear? Okay.
You're the only one left on the line, Doug.
Okay, well, good. I can turn myself off. I like that. Well, I'm just trying to, yeah, I want to make sure the action items right, so. At the end of this, all right, so got it. I think I know what I need to do with for now. The other action item was I'm going to go back and pull up all the information, the previous work on the Langseth replace the future capabilities. And figuring out that Google Drive location where all that information is. And we're gonna, I know Lindsay already wrote it down, we're gonna release the survey out to the community to hopefully get a lot more people responding to it, especially early career scientists. That sound about right for action items? Great. John, you're the chair. Any final comments or Gail final comments?
I don't either. We can adjourn and walk into the darkness.
Okay, well, thanks for coming to Chicago and thanks for meeting with us and go enjoy the dark. The cold dark. All right, thanks everybody.